Damani Music. Want to make sure y'all boys can see me today. Hold on one second. Let me fix something here. Happy Thirsty Thursday to anybody that's in the building. Has some camera issues, but gotta, I'm gonna try to fix. Oh gosh, we are gonna try to fix. All right, see if this works. Hmm. Okay, that background is crazy. Let's go sing a lot. The background's looking crazy. Happy Thirsty Thursday. I wanted to come early tonight because I thought this was a topic that we could discuss. And you see the topic, guys. If you come in, make sure you hit the like button. Backpack Val in the building was shaking. Wanted to chop it up with you and get you on my live stream one of these days. Yo, anytime, anytime, anytime. You don't even have to check with me. Just let me know when I'm there. Anytime, brother. So salute to Backpack Val in the building. We're a little bit scruffy, but I think this is an interesting topic for the guys, for the ladies too. But this is a very interesting topic. And we're seeing a lot of um let's say civil war within the feminist section of the world. You got traditional. Can you guys hear me? Make sure you guys can hear me. QT in the building. Salute. Make sure y'all boys can hear me. Give me a one if y'all can hear me, so I can make sure that y'all hear exactly what I'm saying. I definitely don't want to be talking again like last week and nobody heard anything I said. But let me know if you guys can hear me. Um, Anybody stepping into the building? Thank you, QT. I appreciate it. All right. So there is some type of I say civil war between the traditional feminists, the original feminists, and the modern day feminists. And I stumbled across the video. I'm pretty sure you guys all know this guy. Um, Guy from the UK. He had to sit down with some leading feminists and authors, and I thought it was quite interesting to see the divide and to see that any extreme in anything will cause problems severely for another side. So, for instance, what are you saying, BLB? Let me get this background thing. This is crazy. Sorry about that. So what I'm saying, virtual background, get up out of here. We keeping it. We in the alley. We in the alley, boy. Uh, any extreme, whether it's Democrat, Republican, uh, uh, feminists versus manosphere, any extreme that goes too far out of any of those groups causes a lot of problems for that actual side, and it causes problems for the opposition, right? And it's it's not a we're starting to see in MAGA there's becoming a split. You started to see in the Democratic Party there becomes this split. When you go too far extreme in anything, there will be people that push back on you and kind of try to pull you back towards the center of anything. The center is where everybody should be. It's a beautiful place. You can have ideals over there, you can have ideas over here, but the center is staying true to the core values and the principles that originally started whatever movement that you're dealing with. And as far as each other group that you deal with, when you start to move too far in one direction, you alienate the originals, the origin of that movement and the people that started that movement. And you kind of shift the message. You kind of shift what the like Black Lives Matter. You start to shift what it originally was about, right? You're starting to shift it to a different movement. And you start to lose people, fellas. So if we are what good example could I give you? I know you guys understand. If we're pro if we're pro, let's say Israel and Palestine, right? If you're pro Israel or you're pro Palestinian, you got and you're in that corner. There's things on both sides that's kind of messed up, right? And so if you lean that far away, then you have no sympathy for what's going on over there. If you lean over there, you have no sympathy for what's going on over there. But you stay in the middle and you call it balls and strikes. This is what we say, ladies and gentlemen. We call it balls and strikes. Straight down the middle. It ain't there's no gray area. It's just balls and strikes. Then it's fair. My basketball coach used to tell me, he used to say, listen, it's hard, but it's fair. And that's just how it's gotta be. So the point I was trying to make is that when you go too extreme in each side, you get some pullback. Now the feminist movement is trying that created the manosphere, that created passport bros, that created this divide in relationships within the United States where people are not getting married at high rates. There's even a point to where babies are being born, less babies are being born in the United States. And so this is a problem. Uh, this is a problem. I remember, I think it's one of the red pill guys. I forget his name. He's on that one of those podcasts. God, I forget his name. He was saying that less white babies are being born. Should we be alarmed about that? And what he really should have said is there's less babies being born. Period. And what is the cause of that? Various things is the cause of that. Various factors are the cause of that, fellas. Um, but the feminist movement is part of that. Um, Kevin Samuels was famous in saying, and probably before him, it was being said that men control relationships, women control sex, meaning we control when the relationship starts, when we're in a relationship or not. We need Rico, hop on if you want, Rick. I'm gonna send you the link. I forgot to even ask you if you wanted to participate in this because actually, what spawned this idea was something you said about your daughters last week. So Rico, if you want to hop in, I'll send you the link if you with it. Um, yeah, the low birth rates in marriage are worldwide, so it's happening, and I think that you can't ignore certain attributes that feminism has paid feminism and the manosphere has paid played a part in this situation where these numbers are starting to decline. So you get math we giving you math from the alley. Uh, that's what we're doing. I got time here to support. Okay, I'm gonna send you the link. I appreciate you, brother. Um, I got a clip. I want to play a couple of clips. Yo, it's always funny to see the last thing that you sent somebody, right? So I'm opening up my WhatsApp and I'm seeing the last thing that I sent people. That was crazy. Oh man. Um, I got a few clips. I want to get into these clips real quick and get your thoughts about it. So we're basically reviewing a video from English guy. His name, I can't think of his name, but the name of his channel is The Diary of a CEO. His name is Steven. I think his name is Steven. And the title of his video is Feminist Debate: What the Sexual Revolution Didn't Tell Women. And I thought this was interesting. And if you guys have seen it, great. If you have not, we're gonna start halfway into the video where it talks about manosphere and trad wives. Trad wives meaning traditional women, traditional wives. And so we're going to get into it. They had talked about sexuality and the revolution of sexuality and the freedom of sexuality, and they talked about their pros and cons. So, what essentially it is a modern feminist versus an old school feminist, and one that's kind of in the middle. And it's interesting that some of the language that is being used by one of these three ladies is what actually the manosphere is saying. It's very interesting. And I want you boys to just, take a listen. So let me start out with this video And then we can go on protecting everyone's feelings is extreme and the reason why the world is that way. This is funny that you say that, QT, because she talks about that. One of the ladies on the panel talks about that. So let me get into this first video, this first part of the video, and y'all can tell me what y'all think. Please, guys, I need y'all participation in this. Tell me what you think because it's vital to push this forward for everybody so we can come to an understanding because it's we're talking about birth rates and we're talking about population decreasing, not by death. Like it's crazy. It's crazy work out here. So let me play this video for y'all. Let me know if you can hear it. If you can't hear it, please let me know. And we will adjust everything for you. So here we are, and here we go. We open this up. See what we got here. We good? Let's go.
2024, there's been this real explosion in people searching for this trend. And you said something a second ago, Erica, about young boys in particular being more vulnerable, I think were your words, than the young girls that you're seeing.
Yeah.
So how do these ideas come together to and also link in and parlay into this word manosphere? Because this subject of manosphere has been at the very forefront of conversation.
Everything's a little out of balance. Everything's a little out of whack. So it was out of whack in the 50s. And so we fixed it. And now it's out of whack in a different way. We went from the patriarchy of men dominating women to now we have the patriarchy of women dominating men. I mean, what we need to do is not go back, but come to the middle. We need to, it just makes common sense.
How are we dominating men though?
Oh my goodness. 60% of college students are women and graduate students.
That's not us dominating men, though.
Well, let me finish. Young men are afraid of women and the power they have over them to accuse. No, it's true. In universities, it's a real thing. I know because I have two sons. And, there is, again, the correction was necessary. Women and graduate students.
That's not us dominating men, though.
Well, let me finish. Young men are of women dominating men. I mean, what we need to do is not go back, but come to the middle. We need to, it just makes common sense.
How are we dominating men though?
Oh my goodness. 60% of college students are women and graduate students.
That's not us dominating men, though.
Well, let me finish. Young men are afraid of women and the power they have over them to accuse. No, it's.
Now, that's what I was saying before I figured out I was muted. Thank you, QT. He basically was about to say accused of certain things. Now, we know how men have been attacked for being accused of certain things. We know that not all cases of being, we know that the world has shifted or had shifted in that point in time to believe all women at all costs about anything, right? And so we're in this funny space where, women were accusing men of these things without any evidence, right? Without any evidence or without a process through the court of law to deem somebody guilty, and men were being canceled and found guilty found guilty in the public sphere without having due process, right? And so now you have this culture in the United States, and I've been an advocate for this. We have this culture in the United States where anything that happens, right? The blogs, the newspapers, and everything will write about it. Anything that happens involving a man, right? The female that is claiming to be a victim, because we don't know, and some of these things that I've seen have not been uh, uh, completed to the finality. But you got these people, instead of running to a criminal court, you have a lot of women running to what is called civil court. So I can only speak for me. But I wish and pray to God that this movement starts to take hold across the world. We no longer believe you if you have a civil suit and not a criminal suit. We no longer believe you. So that means that when we see things online, and the reason why men end up uh, paying out civil suits is because the pressure is enormous in social media. Pressure is enormous in social media. Pressure is enormous around the workplace. Pressure is enormous everywhere. As long as men stay locked to step in this and say, we no longer believe you women if you file in civil suits. We will, in fact, give you the benefit of the doubt if you file a criminal suit first and in conjunction with your civil suit. That's cool. I have no smoke over that. But you're filing a civil suit, and we know it's a money grab, and you're defaming these men's name, right? For some situations that may be consensual, in some situations that may not. The guy could be 100% guilty in these civil suits. But a criminal court of law is what people need to go to and use the criminal justice system to what do you say, to pay to make a person pay for the crimes that they committed against one person. It's ridiculous. Let me bring Rico in the building. Rico,
salute, sir.
Brother.
Salute. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm blessed, man. I can't lie, right? I'm blessed.
You avoiding the latest monsoon? Cause I see you back out there in your spot, and we gotta hope that the weather holds.
It just rained like 5 minutes before this. That's why I had to push the time back.
Yeah, it was raining crazy here too, so that's why I know.
Man, it's wild. Let me see. Feminist of the Ward in the Manosphere. Expound, please. Okay. Let me expound. Born ready. Traditional feminists are at odds with modern day feminists, right? They don't see eye to eye. They're not meeting in the middle. Traditional feminists are understanding that the problems that are being created by modern day feminism is causing a problem in relationship and the decrease of baby being born, marriage, and traditional values in a relationship. What they're basically saying is y'all hijacked what we had before, which was necessary. This is what they're saying, that it was necessary for women's rights and women's ability to work and all this other stuff, that there was a necessary need for feminism. But what it morphed into is not what the founders of feminism supported. And it is causing a problem because a lot of these women have kids, they have sons, they have daughters, and they're starting to see how these modern day feminist tactics and positions are causing problems in society. So that's what the war is. Now, as far as the manosphere was spawned because of these suffocating the suffocating movement of feminism, right? Where there was an attack on the men, an attack on masculinity. And so that attack on masculinity kept men quiet for a while, but at a point it built up and they were upset, right? So if we look at an example would be, if you look at Trump's first election, white men were out in record numbers because they felt like they were not, how would you say, Rico, at that time, white men felt like they were not being heard or taken seriously. They were always made out to be the scapegoat or the problem for everything.
Toxic masculinity, things like that.
And they got tired.
I just want to say this. Because I'm a little bit late. I wish you had told me, brother. I would have been here from the beginning, but that's cool.
Sorry, I apologize.
No, don't apologize. Because I'm always here to support. Like I told you the other night, I'm a big supporter. I don't do this. I think you guys do it better than I do. So I'm always here to help. And I wonder, did you ever level set the conversation to the people that's listening, as to, it's two questions I want to ask you, BLB.
Yes, sir.
What is your definition of feminism? Because I always hear, and this is the thing I get. People, especially young men that I think you and I, the audience we're trying to talk to, they hear all these words, and I know most of these people hear these terms, and I'm like, they don't even know what the fuck they mean. So I think we should, like, at a level set, explain to them, but feminism at its core is, and then whether or not you or I identify as a feminist. So I'll go first. I'll say, to me, from my understanding, feminism, when it first started, was just a basic system where women wanted equality, not to be the, this is what I always describe people. I'm like, yes, women wanted to be equal to men, but not the same as men. So you can have things equal, like you can have 10 pounds of water is equal to 10 pounds of rocks. They both weigh fucking 10 pounds, but they're not equal in their composition, consistency, or what they do. So you could say, so women wanted the equality of men. They didn't want to be fucking men. They just wanted to be treated equally. So that, for me, that's feminism at its base level. Now, then they had this first generation, second generation, third. I think like we're in a generation of feminism on what I would call extreme feminism, right? Where like you said, don't have no kids, don't have sex. I'm like, okay, but there's extremism in every movement. So
exactly.
I agree with feminism that, like, because I have daughters, I got a wife.
That's why, and that's what, when we talked about that last week, that's what kind of spawned my thinking about this topic. And then I seen the video, I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yes. But so I would always tell people, when people are like, oh, you a feminist? I'm like, yeah, I am. I do believe in equality for women. I'm not saying it got to go over fucking board, because I don't believe that. But I do.
So I don't believe in equality. That's my thing. I don't believe in equality. For me, feminism is, feminism is your basic civil rights. Your basic civil rights. Mm-hmm. Those are the basic civil rights. Now, equality. Now,
okay. Let me shut up.
Like, no. You're right. I like that. Equality. Yo soy Carlos in the building. Salute. Equality means that everything. There's certain things that I'm allowed to do, and I can do because I'm a man. Because I'm a man. It's germane to my gender. Like, there's certain things that females do that is specifically for them. There will never be an equality between man and woman.
Give me an example. Can you give me an example? Gender.
We're gender specific. We're not equal. There's certain things that I'm allotted as a man that a woman can't. Now, like, if you're talking now, hold on, I'm gonna get there. Now, the origins of the feminist movement was equality as far as being able to work, being able to vote. Those two things were the big factors. Being able to make decisions on their lifestyle, being their bodies and things of that nature. I support that. Yes, I do, 100%. But you are not me. You are not a man. And we're finding today with the toxic feminists that they want to be men. That they want to be men, and they have no they actually shame, from things I've seen, they've actually shamed the traditional woman. They shame those traditional women, right? Which is here nor there. Now, I'm not fighting against them. I'm not mad at them. That's their battle. But what I do know is that I have all boys, and at some point, my kids are gonna want to meet somebody, maybe marry, have some kids. And so all the hoops and all the BS that they're going through to even find a mate, or the things that they have to deal with, is a direct cause of feminism, a toxic feminism, right? There's some of these absurd expectations. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, kid. So, and I guess just to make sure, because I think we're in the same place.
We are. When
I speak of equality, when I think of equality I always try to put everything in the framework of the law, because I think no matter what country you live in, the laws for everywhere where we live is what governs society. So if you're in the US, you could be in the DR, you can be in Colombia. What dictates how you live in that world is the law. So I think when I say it for as far as equality, I think women's like you said, I want to be able to vote under the law. I want to be able to work under the law. I want to be able to go to school under the law. And I think that that's a fair thing. I don't think men should go, oh, I get to go to school, or I get to work, or I get, or, you know, because think about it. This is the way I look at it in particular, BLB, because even before it was feminism, for Black men, remember, we got the right to vote before women did. See,
Right.
know your history. Black men got the
That's a
right
fact.
to vote before white women did.
That's a fact.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we had to fight for it, because they wasn't even letting us vote. And we're fucking men. So I try to tell us as men, we need to be careful about the rights that we want to take from people that once was taken from us. Because it used to be at the beginning of America, only white men could vote. Only white men could do a lot of shit. So it wasn't just women that had to be in their place. Me and you had to be in our place too, BLB.
That's a fact.
So that's part of, so I'm like, for me, it was a natural graduation that as after Black men got certain rights, that then, and of course, the way it went was Black men, then white women, and Black women still, Black women didn't get the right to vote at the same time as white women. They got their shit later. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm just sitting there saying is, I'm a feminist in like, okay, I think if we all, and when I look at the world today, if we all have to do something, we all should be entitled to a fair share of the rewards. I shouldn't get it just because I got a penis, or I shouldn't get it just because I'm Black, or this person shouldn't get it just because. I'm like, if I work just as hard as that white man, I want an equal amount of the reward. I'm not going to be here.
Well, me and you, we agree, right?
Okay.
It's just the wording of what you said that made me a little bit, men and women, physically are not the same.
No.
Things that, certain things. Now, there's another nuance, but I'll talk about that later. And probably I shouldn't say it because people are going to be offended. Maybe I would, but I'll talk about that later.
We're not trying to be offensive, but we're trying to have an honest conversation.
I just don't. Well, let me get into this. Let me just play the rest of this video, and then we'll get into our opinion. Because this guy, the actual conversation that they were having was really important. And I thought you could see the divide and what I'm talking about. And I was laughing earlier at this fool's comment on, yo, he's an idiot, man. Oh man, Bruce, he needs Jesus. Let me see. So let me play what she said. So she started to talk about, men on college campuses are afraid of women now because of everything, the Me Too movement and everything started to happen. And so that's where we left off. So we'll go back here.
True in universities, it's a real thing. I know because I have two sons, and there is, again, the correction was necessary. We needed to course correct in society, absolutely. But we've gone so far. So the men were powerful and the women weren't. So the women said, give us some power. So now the women took the power and now the men feel powerless. You need a society that's balanced. It needs to be balanced. And the idea was that where we wanted to go, and the truth is that all movements often go to extremes. The women's movement, those women had to go to extremes because to change society, you have to do that, right?
So should some women not go to university? Is that what you're saying?
No, but actually, I think there needs to be a balance in society of men and women. If we say that we are going to be like Amazon women and not need men anymore, the truth is that the way it works is that by the research is that women will marry at their educational level or above, and men will marry at their educational level or below. That means that because we have fewer men in college and graduate school, women are not finding partners.
I'm just going to jump in there and talk about a report that came out in 2025, which sent shockwaves across the UK. It was called the Lost Boys Report. I think we might have talked about this in a previous episode, but it was a report by the Centre of Social Justice, which highlighted how many young men are now struggling in school, facing increased mental health problems and lacking positive role models, leaving them lost and isolated. And as a result, they suggested that many of them are turning to what we call the Manosphere. And to give a definition to the Manosphere, because I didn't actually know what it was, the definition I have from Cambridge Dictionary is Manosphere includes websites and discussion groups focused on men's rights, which often oppose feminism in some way. And just to give a sort of a top line look at some of the stats around this, by age 5, 25% of boys in the UK are falling behind in language communication skills compared to just 14% of women.
Yeah.
At GCSE level, boys' results are on average half a grade lower than girls. The same applies for mental health and wellbeing. Obviously, we know about the suicide rates in young men, with nearly 3.5 times higher than those of young women. Eating disorders have risen as well in young men. And from an employment perspective, as of late 2024, 15.1% of men aged 16 to 24 were not in education, compared to 11% of women, which equates in the UK to about 550,000 men. And lastly, young women are between the age of 16 and 24 now earn nearly 10% more than their male peers, reversing the traditional gender pay gap in this age group. And I could go on and on and on. Specifically, the things that I've kind of not talked about are just how
Rico.
Yes, sir.
You heard what he said, right?
Yeah.
You heard what the lady said and what he said, right?
Yeah. It's a
what's
couple
your
of things that jumped out at me about it. It wasn't lost on me that I'm looking at.
Hold on 1 second, Rico. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, Rico. Born Ready.
Go ahead. I'm going to the restaurant. I'll be right back.
I think, yeah. I just explained a second ago how this affects us. You know, I have children, and anything that's not fair for my kids, or not fair for my cousins, nephews, nieces included. I think we should all take a look at it and try to understand it and try as a society to try to fix this, right? We watched slowly over the years how divorce has increased at a really high rate. We're looking and seeing today where men and women can't get together, which is spawning these movements of passport bros, passport females, people here at home are not getting together. So what is the cause? What is the cause of that? Before you can make a solution or even try to invest in a solution, you got to understand the root cause. And that's why. And this situation does affect us. It affects us because the numbers and the data is telling us that it affects us, right? If you look at the data as far as Black relationships, if you want to even hone in on just Black relationships, we're not getting together. We're also not having kids as we used to. And this is affecting that. This is an effect of everybody. Now, if you don't see it's a problem, or anybody doesn't see it's a problem, I certainly see it's a problem that marriage rates are low in the Black community. Black men, there's a large portion of Black men seeking other women in our community, right? There's a large portion, there's a growing portion of Black women starting to seek other men in other areas. You got a movement of Black women that will only date island men, and they won't date the men that they grew up around all their life. So, you know what I mean? It's a way to highlight the issue and figure out if we can get us back together. There was a famous song that I love, The Locks. I don't know if Rico, you ever listen to The Locks? I know you was listening to go-go music down there. I don't know if you
I did, but I couldn't tell you none of the name of their songs off the top of my head. I just hear music and I just get like a nice bop, but I can't name. But I've heard of The Locks, and I've seen them play, heard their music, and didn't know that was them.
They got a song. It's called the chorus goes, "Let's start love all over, back to the way things were." And obviously, you know, going back in time, there's some things that changed that was positive, but there's some things that was negative. So highlighting that phrase, "Let's start love all over," get back to remember us up northers would come down to like Maryland, DC, Virginia to go get a baddie. Now now they are not the same. Like you can't even talk to them. You used to have long conversations with a girl. You know, let me get your number. Nah, I don't really want to. Yeah, I got a boyfriend. Okay, mommy, it's cool. Now today you try that, you getting cussed out, called broke, short, all this other stuff. So we're not even conversating with each other anymore. So Born Ready, that's the reason why, man. I do this to try to get people. There's nobody else touching these subjects, bro, in a way that people can hear it. Like we got blaming it, women got blaming it. But let's figure it out and let's fix it, or let's try to fix it. So possibly somebody listening or watching this would remove those things out of their mind and open their hearts for a relationship and start having some babies.
What I would say is like I said, when I heard the everything that woman said, I think was absolutely true. What surprised me about it though was hearing a woman take the position of men, which I agree. Everything she said, like, you know, men being afraid. In other words, I look at like 2025. If I was a young man, sorry, that's my stupid dog.
That's cool.
She's about this big. Ain't gonna bite nobody ass, right? But what I would say is, I absolutely agree. Like I told you guys, you know, I got a bunch of young sons. Well, they grown ass men. No, I call them young, from 25 to 35, 40. But in the world as it is today, and I'll tell you, as a 61-year-old man still in corporate America, I'm like, I watch what I say around women. I watch my fucking mouth, because I'm like, I ain't calling nobody honey, sugar, baby. I ain't doing nothing, because that shit gets you unemployed.
But that's crazy, though. Those are harmless terms,
bro.
Right? But yeah, it does get you unemployed. And so that's the sickness.
Yeah, so that's also part of, you know, I have to accept that that's a part of feminism, where women have come into the space where they no longer want to be addressed as less than their name or their position or title. Now, I ain't got to call you Miss this or Miss that. But if your name is Karen, I gotta call you Karen. I can't be, hey, sugar. I can't be talking about how you appear. I'm 61, BLB. I had to fucking learn that shit. So I'm telling these young men, if my old motherfucking ass got to learn it, you got to learn it too. But that's what we said we wanted as a larger society. It's not about what Rico wants. It's about what the society wants. And we've decided that not only do I want it, I didn't get a vote, but I was okay with it. I didn't go out there and march against it. For, you know, my wife, my daughter, my granddaughters, my sisters, and everybody else in our family. We all collectively, as a collective, said, this is what we want. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic. Everybody went to, and we moved forward. But when I started in the workforce, we used to call everybody, hey, Mr. BLB. We don't do that shit anymore either. Because as black men, we like being in a space where I don't give a fuck if he the president. If his name is Bob, I'm going to call you fucking Bob and not Mr. Bob. See, most young men today don't work on the job where they had to call people Mr. That was some humiliating shit, to be a grown ass fucking man on the job having to call somebody Mr. or Miss, like you a little boy, and they call you by your first fucking name. See, some people ain't old enough to remember that shit. I was there. That's humiliating.
See, I experienced it. Yeah, I experienced it.
As a grown ass man, you got to call him Mr. or Miss, and they call you by your first fucking name. Yeah. But now we're not in that space anymore. So when I heard her say that, and I agree with everything she said, but what kind of surprised me about it was that she didn't recognize how far, when I'm talking about these things about racially how things were, and now they're a little bit more balanced. I sometimes think the same way that men are upset about how things are more equalized now, I'm like, white people mad as a motherfucker because they don't have the privileges they used to have. So what this is about is, to me, it sounds like men, unfortunately, and I understand because I'm a man, there's a loss of privileges that we had in the past that we don't have today. Well, fucking white men don't have it either. Because we said, hey, I ain't calling you Mr. Nothing. You're going to be fucking Bob. Just like I'm Rico. So it's more of a little bit more of an equalizer. And I would say this, and I'll shut up after this, it's uncomfortable when you have to, when she said taking power, it is a little bit of taking power, but it's also a little bit of giving power, because the bottom line is women didn't take shit that men didn't give them. When they got the right to vote, they didn't take it. It was given to them. So men, and if they vote in a way that goes against, our penis and go more in their favor, I mean, how the hell are we supposed to get mad about that? If I'm a woman, I'm gonna vote in a woman's interest. And if it ends up being more of them than us, we know how voting goes. The majority wins. So unfortunately, I just think, I wonder how much of it is, why are we having such a hard time accepting change? Because that's the thing. What did they used to say? Change is the one thing that always comes. You either gonna get with it or your ass gonna get left behind. So I'm trying to tell men that, like, I don't think it's ever going to change. Women are not trying to change it to, women really don't want to be fucking men. They don't. They want a certain sense of equality, but I really don't think they want, because it's hard being a fucking man. It's hard. So I tell men, like, don't worry about it. Most of them motherfuckers don't want that job. They don't want it.
I gotta push back on you for some of that, though.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely gotta push back on you for some of that.
Yes, sir.
Where you said that you think that men are not adjusting well to the equal playing field that has been leveled for women. That's not the issue that we have. The issue that we have is not only, and you'll see that later on in the video clips that I'm going to play, you'll see that the issue that we have is that with that equality came the extreme group, and the extreme group has attacked traditional feminism, that have attacked femininity. You understand what I'm saying? There was some, now I don't know how true this is, but I heard this and I seen this where they were testing testosterone levels in certain females in the Western world, and those levels were high. Now I know that it sounds crazy, right? It sounds crazy, but they said that, right? Now, even if you were somebody that were gonna go off that data, which I'm not the type of person that runs and jumps on data until I vet it a little bit. But hypothetically speaking, there has been an aggression that has been added to women. Now, women on the other side will say it's because men are becoming feminine now, right? So that's the argument. But the problem that I have, that the problem that most men have, and the problem that has got my attention is not equality for women as far as rights and things, that and earning their money and being treated as an equal in society. My problem is that there is an attack on femininity, and also there is a movement towards the roles, the gender roles is now moving. You have, and later on in this video, she speaks about roles and responsibilities when it comes to children and childbearing, right? And so you got people, I always tell people, never ever take advice from single people if you're in a relationship about your relationship, because they can't really tell you anything. You know what I'm saying? They can't tell you nothing because they don't have a successful result. I'm giving you advice on how to be successful at stock trading, and I have never traded in my life. That's kind of crazy, right? So you get these women that fall into these camps where they give you advice on relationships. They give younger women advice on relationship, how it should be. It's just like a woman telling you, hey, Rico, that's not how a man's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Since when did you know how to be a man?
Exactly.
So it's an attack on femininity from the extremists. from the extreme feminists, and also there is an attack on traditional gender roles within the household, as far as mom and dad parenting and all that type of stuff. So that's what I'm seeing. And this is what the video. This is what in the video the
But
clips will say.
before you show the video, I just want to ask you one question about where you did the testosterone thing, right?
Yeah, that, I don't subscribe to that.
No, and the only reason why I say it is because I think, and this is what I want to say, for me, I look at things, or I'm starting to see things, as much as it is like the men and the women, I'm also looking at generationally, right? So I can look at men, young black men today, and I hate to kind of use this word because people gonna sit there and say, and be very careful. They're more aggressive, to, in my mind, like a little bit more feral. They seem a little bit more feral, right? People like, they wilder. These YNs, they wild, right? And I'm like, so by that metric, they seem wilder than when I was their age. So why would it not naturally be that if the men were wilder than I was in their 20s, that the women wouldn't be wilder than my contemporary would have been in their 20s? So, but when we look at the difference, what they do is they will compare women against past generations. But I'm like, but you're not comparing men against past generations. Because I look at these young YNs, I'm like, y'all couldn't hold a fucking candle to us on the Riz game. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. But
we can measure it, Rico. We can measure it. And I'll tell you why we can measure it.
How?
Back in the day when you and I was running around here, there was a situation where men were doing certain things, and we had some wild ones on the block and all that stuff. But there was a reportation to the OG. You reported to the OG. Now you got these YNs.
That's what they call them. I didn't give them the name.
Oh, YN alphas.
Yeah, YN alphas. Okay.
You got these YN alphas that have no respect for nobody. And so you try to figure out, where did that come from? Right. Where did that come from? This is not a situation where a lot of kids are coming through group homes and stuff like that. They actually live with their mama and their mama, right?
Yeah.
Single family homes, right? So
some of them with 2-parent homes.
Some of them. Some of them, but I'm pretty sure. I think the percentage is real low of those 2-parent homes that's out here.
But the single-parent homes that we had, they weren't acting like these cats.
Exactly. So what changed? Right. So again, getting to the origin, what changed? Right. When your mama is twerking, you wake up and come to the kitchen, and your mom is twerking on her phone, or like Austin Powers' mom, showing her body on the internet. Where's the respect? The kids nowadays do not value and respect their home. Your mother and your parents, that home base is supposed to be a place of nurture. And it's supposed to teach you how women supposed to say, I'm a single mom of a son. I'm going to teach him how to respect women. We're not learning that. These kids are not learning that. No. They're learning by this here. Hey, what's up? Are we gonna smash or not? That's how they're learning to talk to these women. So yeah, I mean, this is how it's being affected. Now, my kids, they're respectful. If I ever heard them talking to a female like that, it'd be a problem. Now, if she gets disrespectful with him, they have all accounts. They have
to address the issue.
Exactly.
Right. And then I tell them, like, you don't initiate the issue, you address the issue, and also tell them, come to a solution very quickly, end it, whether you agree or don't agree. Don't keep it going on. Don't escalate it like, hey, boom, okay, I don't like that. I don't appreciate it. Move the fuck on, because we're like, okay, we're gonna put hands or we ain't, and you move on. You know? If you got a link for Born Ready, I don't know if he, or whenever you ready, okay.
I got it. Born Ready. Pop in. Yeah. I'm gonna play this clip. The rest of this clip, Rico, go ahead and finish.
I just wanted to say is like, that was the part that I just kind of get to. The only thing that gets to me is in these spaces, especially out the Manosphere space. I've heard them for years, even going back to Lord Kevin. They would always compare women to generations of the past, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's making these new age women look real bad compared to our women in the past. But I never heard them compare the dudes to the dudes in the past. I'm like, they look just as fucked up. Dudes out here being all sass, niggas out here getting the nails painted. You know, I mean, just come on now. It's dudes is out here on some whole nother level shit that I am an ally of the community. I have respect like hell for the LGBTQI community. But what I'm sitting there saying is, I'm like, you can't do not take 2025 women and compare them to women of the past if you ain't comparing these dudes to dudes of the past, because they don't fucking compare. That's all.
I think, you know, how can I say this without sounding like I'm not caring about what's going on the other side? Yes, we're not necessarily now. These young kids is a different. We're gonna not even think about these YNs, right? Let's skip them because they're a lost situation. They're the most intelligent, stupid people that I've ever met in my life. These YN generation. They're super intelligent. They're way far advanced than we were. They've been bombarded by information, and they know how to do a lot more. They've been bombarded with information all their lives, and they process it way faster than we did, man.
That's why I don't cut them no slack.
No, but
I'm like, you motherfuckers smarter than me and dumber at the same time.
And dumb at the same time.
I disagree on the smarter point, but go ahead.
No. First of all, salute, Born Ready. Salute, welcome to the group.
Yo, Baron Rico, yo, salute. But go ahead, land your plane, family.
No, I just feel that, you know, for us, if we not think about these YNs and think about us, you know, and guys between the ages of 25 and 55, right? Let's go there. And you think about where we are. I think we are a lot better than what we were before. I think there's a lot, like I talked about last week, there's a lot of men stepping up to the plate, taking care of their kids. You got more men in court fighting for the rights and custody of the kids. There's an interesting stat that has been pulled around the world where a single father will take, or a single father, statistically speaking, a child coming from a single father home fares better in life in the future than a single mother home. That's the statistic. That's just not what
That's facts.
Now when you talk, I'm looking at that numbers, and I'm not gonna take that win and then, you know, celebrate. I'm gonna say, well, damn, we need those females. What are they doing that's wrong? And so there's more time invested in other things and being free to the extreme feminist portion, where they're not spending time and dedicating their time on their family or their children, where I'm out, right? You look at Amber, like, I'm going to land this right quick. You look at Amber Rose, for instance, right? A woman like that, that's in that space, spends more time away from her kid than with her kid, because she's running around doing all these events and stuff like that. That's her job. Cool, I can respect that. But the child also has to go on the internet and see your mom. Remember back in the day when we was in school, guys used to call our moms at home. We was fighting. You don't even, you know what I'm saying? Now you can actually see your mom being a 3 or 4 on TV.
Yeah.
So it's like the feminist movement at the beginning, at the core, and that's the origin of this, Born, is the feminist movement in the beginning was for the equality and rights, general rights, just respect us. Let us do us, cool. But it got hijacked to, oh, now I can take off my shirt and walk around because I'm free. No, that's not what it's about. Now you're alien. Now they're attacking traditional women that decide, like, if a woman says, like she says in the video, I'll play it later, she says, I don't want any kids. Everybody looks at her crazy. You don't want no kids? That's weird for a woman not to want kids. Now it is, I don't want to have a family and a kid, and I don't want to take care of no kids, and I don't want to, and I advocate for you guys to do everything you want to do. And if you don't want to, like, that's crazy. We still need, so if women have their way and start to feel that way, the population of the earth is going to go down. We're not going to have people here. If we ain't having babies, if we can't have a relationship and babies, and it is my last point, quick, statistically proven that a child has a better chance in life with a 2-parent home. We're far away from that. Go ahead, Born. My bad.
I hear you, and that's facts. And just a side note, I actually met Amber Rose at the airport.
Is she that bad? Is she that bad,
Yeah,
brother?
man, man, she all right, man. Like, yeah, yeah, I'm saying, like, once they get on the tube, once they get on the TV, you know what I mean? It's always over exaggerated and shit. She all right, man. She just want to. I'm going to do that. It's worth everything I love. She want to be down. That's all it is. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
I just want to
So,
ride.
right. There you go,
Yo,
Rico.
Rico, you
There
better
you go.
chill out. You better chill out, Rico, where you at. You better chill out, brother. You got a whole situation over there, brother. You better chill out before you be outside. You'll be outside that door behind you, brother. Keep it up.
Hey yo, Baron, right? So the
Yes,
reason I
sir.
came up, man, you know what I mean, that to add on to your show, um, is because like for real, I'm lost when it comes to you say the feminist civil war versus, I mean, and the manosphere. And what I got from it is that, you were saying that the traditional feminists, like, such as a Me Too, like, yo, don't call me out my name in the workspace, or don't subject me to, you only looking at me as a, piece of, yeah, I mean, in the
Yep.
workspace versus the new age, version of feminism. Yeah, I'm saying, in that respect, towards the manosphere. So, and that's why I asked, how does how does it, and would it, excuse me for my verbiage all over the place,
No, you good,
would it
brother.
affect, what I mean? Would it affect men in today's society? You know what I mean? And I say that because, like I said, you're a man that travel. You done been, you fluent in Spanish. You know what I mean? I done been peeping you for a minute. You know what I mean?
I
I know
appreciate you,
Rico.
brother.
You know what I'm saying? So, um, how does that affect us? And versus what you're saying, and with the subject.
I think it's, I lost it. I lost your audio. I think he was asking, well, how does this affect?
I know he dropped right at that
Yeah,
sweet spot.
right at that
Man,
point, right?
good. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to. Hey, Born, we lost you. Um, I'm gonna try to answer as far as like how it. You can hear me. You can hear me, right, Rico?
I can hear you. I don't hear him.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't hear you at all, brother.
I think his connection broke.
I
So
think. I
maybe
think.
pull him down and pull him back up when he come back.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna pull you out, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna put you back
I
and
think
see
he
if it.
broke his.
Oh,
I
hold
don't know
on.
if he's driving or what.
Yeah, he probably is on his phone, and the signal went off. Born, come out and go back in. Come back in, and then I think it'll
It was
reset
getting
the
good.
mic thing.
It was
Yeah,
getting
yeah, yeah.
real
It was a
good.
good question. It was a
Yeah.
real good question.
Mhm.
I think the question he was starting to ask was, how does this affect the manosphere? And we got to understand, fellas, that the creation, anything that creates oppression will create an opposition to that, right? If
Yes.
there is an oppression, there is an opposition to that. And so the oppression of men with the Me Too movement, with the men scared to say certain things, scared to be masculine, scared to be who you are. Now, we're not talking about the difference between respect. There's respect. Like we know from if you grew up with Southern parents or something like that, you grew up with some strict parents, you know not to say certain things to certain people. You know how to watch your mouth. Don't or if you grew up in certain neighborhoods, you don't say something to somebody's sister because the boys will come around the corner on you. You understand not to say certain things. Now we're not talking. There's respect and disrespect, and that line should be clear. But men are scared to say anything. Men are even scared to even shoot their shot. Like, listen, we don't know how she's going to take this because that might mean I have to. If we go out on, say, for instance, we go out on lunch date at work and or a lunch event at work, and I'm like, yo, you married or something? Like, yo, I know that. I just want to know if we can go on a date. You're able to find a mate at work. That's possible. But people are scared to even do that. People are scared to even do that shot. Now, the cause of that definitely could have been dudes going to extreme, right? Another example, remember ass whoopings? We used to beat the kids. Used to be able to whoop your kids. Some dude in some trailer park beat the shit out of his kids, and the case went worldwide, and laws changed, and you can't beat the kids, right? Yeah, Rick.
Well, okay. So here's the thing, right? And
Damn, boy, we still can't hear you.
I'm. Oh, okay.
What about now? Y'all hear me now?
Oh, we got
Yeah,
you.
okay,
Got you back
okay, we
now.
got
You
you.
clear.
My bad. My
You
bad. It was
driving?
one of, yeah, nah. It was a phone call I
Oh,
came
Oh, all
okay.
right.
to.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish, and I'll hop in behind you.
Yeah, no. But what I was saying is that me knowing Baron, me knowing Brown like a Baron, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? He didn't travel the world, did his thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't seen you in a good minute. So I'm wondering, like, okay, where did the subject matter come from? Like, you know what I mean? And like me knowing him, I know, he don't be on BS. So like, okay, let me chime in. Let me see what's really popping. How does this affect us? Now I'm getting the gist of it. I'm getting the gist of it. As far as, you know, you okay, I'm getting the gist of it, but what I'm not understanding is, are you advocating for traditional feminists, or the manosphere? You know what I mean? In retrospect to what the new age feminists are doing.
Advocating for traditional feminists. I would say, yeah, I advocate for traditional. I got tons of nieces and tons of cousins. I got 9 aunts on my mother's side, 9 on the other side. I got 4 sisters, 4 brothers. So I mean, I definitely don't want to see the females in my family, not being able to attain things that they deserve, that they worked hard for, or to be treated
Right,
differently because they're female, right? For certain situations.
right.
But let me give you. I like to talk in examples, and I'm sorry if I take a left, but remember auntie and uncle that used to come to the cookout or come to the birthday parties or to come to the family reunions that's together. Yo, it's good to see you. We're going at a pace where there's gonna be no more aunties and uncles in relationships. It's gonna be
Okay.
a bunch of single people in your at your family reunion. It's gonna be
Got
old
you.
Uncle Cletus by himself that's telling you that
Got you.
he's we just our family reunions now is in Seaford, Delaware or Philadelphia, right? And
Got
Uncle Cletus come through and be like, yo, take me to the 304 spots, right? There's gonna be no more black love, right? There's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be no
yeah.
more of that if we keep moving in this direction where men and women are separating and moving apart. So the creation of
Got
the manosphere spawned out of this Me Too movement, out of this oppression of men, just like how the people in Palestine feel. They feel they're oppressed and they lashed out and attacked. So that's where I think the manosphere movement came. Now we're seeing, because we always thought, remember, there's this thing called the sister code. No matter what, women are gonna have each other's back no matter what. But now we're seeing a kind of split where they're saying, hey, you're going too far with this. Y'all are going way too
you.
far with this. Go ahead, fellas.
Let me ask you a question though. Okay, so I got a lot of questions now. So I got a lot.
I'm
I
I'm not
appreciate.
the
Wait,
expert.
wait, wait, wait,
Hey,
wait.
I'm not the
hey.
expert.
Go ahead, Born Ready. I got a lot of questions. I'm serious. I need some answers,
got you,
fellas. I need some
got you,
answers.
got you.
So my question is,
Go ahead, YN Alpha.
yeah,
Then why you alpha? Oh
yeah.
yeah,
These YNs are alphas. They the next generation. We figured that out the other night, right? So we know we like. So, but my question is are we saying that the manosphere was born as a response to feminism, or was the
It was
manosphere its
it was
own
born
thing
in
anyway?
it was born. I think I can't
Right,
say who
because
the
I heard
first
you
person to
say it.
drop
That's
it.
why I'm
Right.
asking you, Graham.
But I would say from all I've heard that it was a response to an oppression of masculinity.
Okay, all right. So, and then I'm still okay. So now, because we throw out a lot of these terms, and that's why I told you earlier. was like
Let's
most
explain it.
people.
Yeah, I got you.
If you say feminism, you ask the average dude, "What's feminism?" He couldn't fucking tell you.
Well,
But
just
he
to be
hates.
clear, the topic is now. I don't hate feminism, right? Just to be clear, the topic was the civil war within feminism and the
Right.
manosphere, right? And so how what they're going through right now may, you know.
So that's why I'm just trying to define some of these terms, because when you talk to your average YN, be like, man, what you don't like about women? Feminism. Like, okay, well, what's feminism?
I got you.
Motherfucker, you don't even know what it is. How do you hate something you don't know what it is, right?
Right.
So
that's the same thing when they throw out the term misogynist to us. Right.
So, and again, so we asked them, okay, oh, well, feminism because it oppressed masculinity. Oh, okay. All right. So what's masculinity? It's all about men. Okay. Have you ever heard of this term called patriarchy? No. Exactly. What the fuck is that? Right. You see what I'm saying? And he's like, well, patriarchy says that we live in a society where men dominate. So how does patriarchy intersect with masculinity? Because how do you have a male-dominated society if you are oppressing masculinity? I'm fucking confused. Because
no, you know the answer to that.
But no. So you're telling me that the women who are oppressing us from being men are putting us in fucking charge. Because patriarchy says we're in charge of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But then the femininity is oppressing my masculinity.
But this is why I wanted y'all to see these clips in the video, because these women address that.
Right. So all I'm doing is I throw all this out to make them think about it. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying femininity is not a problem. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not a problem. All I'm saying is you still need to pair that up with why 90% of Fortune fucking 500 CEOs are male and white. Where the fuck are the women?
They're there.
Hospitals.
The problem is not femininity and feminism. And my idea, the problem is toxic femininity.
Okay, let me say this.
Feminist.
100%.
Toxic. That's a good word.
Okay. Well, then guess what?
Good word.
Then guess what? The U.S. presidency is male toxic masculinity.
Oh,
it is
I agree.
100 motherfucking percent
agree.
male and 99.9% white.
We agree that there is a masculine toxicity
within
too,
our politics.
And we can talk about that.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like there are so many, and that's the ultimate system.
So Rico, when I started my monologue in this program, I said
I was late.
I was late as well. I was late.
My bad, guys. My bad, guys. So I started this monologue in saying, there is an extreme when there's too much extreme. When there's, for politics, an example of politics, extreme left, extreme right, there is going to be a group that feels oppressed by that other group, right? And so people need to try to get back to the middle, right? And if we get back to the middle, it's equality on both sides and people feel happy. But within this extreme, on extreme masculinity and extreme feminism, there is a I'm looking for the word. There is erosion of the family structure. We're seeing that happen where divorce rates are high, where childbirth is now low, where marriage statistics are low. Now, there are other factors that definitely contribute to that, which is probably, the laws on alimony, the laws and things like of that nature, and the reason and how easy it is for divorces to be filed, and how over 80% of divorces in the United States are initiated by the female, right? So there is an incentive. There is an incentive for the destruction of the family with toxic femininity, and that's all I wanted to bring to the fore. And toxic masculinity.
I'm glad you brought that up, because oh my God, I have been. That's when I have tore your fucking goddaddy's ass up with when he was still here, because I was on a program with Kevin and I had somebody present that to him, and this is I called out as pure bullshit.
What is it?
This narrative around 80% of divorces being initiated by women. That is 100.
That's a
Excuse me.
statistic.
Bullshit.
Sorry, brother. I apologize.
Bullshit. I'm telling you. Go ahead, look it up. It's speculative at best. It's a guess. It is assumed there is. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you do the homework.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm sitting there telling you is, as a black man that's been divorced twice in multiple jurisdictions, not in a single jurisdiction did I ever put down my sex. So what I want to know is, how the fuck did they know I was a man? That's not a question
70%
that
of
they ask.
divorces.
No, I think
60% of
what he's
divorces
meaning is
initiated by
that
women.
who initiated
Hear
the
me out.
divorce.
Hear me out. Listen what I'm saying, Baron.
Yes,
Have
sir.
you ever been divorced before? I
We
can't
got to talk off. We got to.
Well, just okay. All right. Okay. Don't answer.
Yes,
Don't answer.
yes, I have.
What I'm
Yes, I
sitting there
have.
saying is, I'm asking anybody who's ever filed for a divorce.
Yes, I have.
The one question they don't ask you is your sex.
No, they don't.
They ask you plaintiff and defendant. They just don't.
And,
Yep.
But the
Petitioner.
statistics
No,
are
it's
taken by the
petitioner
names.
or
Yes.
it's
Now, everybody love to do that bullshit, right?
The names is on the petition.
Excuse me. Okay, Barry. America is a multicultural country. My name is Kwang Chang Che. What the fuck am I?
Christ. There you go.
No, what the fuck am I?
That's a nuance, brother.
No, but that is, excuse me.
You're right. You said, what is that? I can't tell you.
But Rick, when you said we're speaking on terms of the United States.
Those exactly, because y'all make the argument about the US, and I'm like, who the fuck is? First of all, let me explain to you this. Divorces are just like marriages, are state run. Every fucking state keeps their records differently. There's no universal database. So when he made that statement, I'm like, where the fuck you get this information for all 50 states of divorces? There is none.
Oh, there's data.
There is none. There is no statewide database of who gets married and who gets to. When they sit there and when they report people who got married and divorced, they do it just in total numbers.
I tell you what. I agree with both of y'all, but fact is, Rico is right. I haven't seen any state ran or ran statistics on the value being the man or the woman. Now, mind you, if there's a think tank out there, endowed enough to know whether or not we John VS versus Jane VS, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They would be able to differentiate, between the man and the woman. Okay, yeah, I get that. You know what I'm saying? But I haven't seen a statistic on, the difference between a man and a woman, right? Male or female filing for divorce.
This is the part that makes this is the part. Hold on. This is the part that makes it even crazy, right? So I was like, okay, I recognize that the majority of divorces are filed by women. I'll accept that because I know that. I just know that anecdotally to be true. But what I sat there and said was, if you know anything about marriage and divorce, he said, this is how he got you, motherfuckers, with the wordplay. The 80% of divorces are, what did he say? Initiated.
I was wrong. 69 to 70% is initiated by women, according to
what?
According to American Sociology Association, according to divorce.com.
Website. That's all it is.
But Rico, we still use those. We use the Gallup polls for polling and presidency.
Hold on, Baron. I'm
going
to give it to you. That's true. 100%. 69% of divorces are what?
Initiated by females.
Initiate. What does the word initiated mean?
She filed for divorce.
She filed for it. Is that when divorce begins?
Legally, yes.
Legally, exactly.
Realistically, no.
Look up the stats of abandonments. You're going to see that the vast majority of people who abandon the marriage are men who fucking walk away. So women may what I'm sitting there saying is women may typically, and I'm not here to defend women. I'm just sitting there talking about the administrative process. You may have 60 to 70% of women who file for divorce 2 to 3 years after the man already left the fucking house.
Already show a higher divorce rate when the wife is the one with what?
Abandonment. Meaning somebody left the fucking union. See, they ain't gonna keep the stat on that, right? They ain't gonna keep the stat on the motherfucker that said, fuck this, I'm out. Who do you think that is the most, Born?
But typically men don't leave
Most likely
What?
is the male. But
Thank
most
you.
likely is the male.
Men don't
Born.
typically leave the relationship where it's divorced, right?
Bro.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Say that again, B. Say that again.
Men don't typically leave a bad situation. We typically stay in a relationship.
Bro.
Women are the ones
Nah,
that hold it
Barry,
down.
come on,
Come on, Born, right? Help me, Born.
Look.
Come on,
We're more likely.
Come on,
Men are more likely to step outside their relationship and act as if they're single versus leaving the relationship.
No, you're right. You're right, but you're wrong. You're right. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and we're gonna move around and do what we do, right?
Exactly.
But when we have it set in our mind, hey, look, you know what? This is a done deal. Let me get up out of here. You know what I mean? That's like we out of there. Look, mentally, me, and this is real rap. Mind you, I done been through 2 of them. I done been through 2 divorces. You know what I'm saying? And when we mentally out of there, we gonna go ahead, we're gonna go, we gonna, go through that pond, we're gonna go start fishing again. You know what I mean? And then once we got our mind set and the fish is hooked, we up out of there. You know what I mean? So obviously, there's a majority, and mind you, on both of mine, I'm the one who initiated the disposition from, I forgot the term. Anyway, I'm saying
Born, look, thank you. Because do you know how few men I filed both of my fucking divorces? But literally, I don't know another nigga that ever filed for his. It's always been the woman. So I'm sitting there, because you know what it is? You know what the dude do? The dude be like, I'm out. Fuck it. I don't care. He don't care about the initiation. So when it's like, oh, she gonna get the charge for initiating, but he already left. What's the difference? Who can? And that's what was my argument always was like, Kevin, who gives a fuck about who did the paperwork? The motherfucker's already gone. And the reason why I tell women that if the man leaves, go ahead and file for divorce, and they be like, why? I said, because if he go out there and do some shit in the street that might say get a lawsuit, and y'all got a house together, that lawsuit be on your motherfucking house. You better get that nigga up off your shit. Go ahead and do what you gotta do. So that's why you see a lot of women doing that shit. I'm like, unconnect yourself from that man, because if he's out there doing what he's doing, let him do his thing. That's his business. But you don't want to be legally obligated for nothing that he does because you waiting on this motherfucker to come back. That's my point. So that whole 80% initiation shit is some bullshit.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. Let me play this clip for y'all, and I want y'all thoughts on this.
I know it be hurting your hero's feelings, but go ahead.
Kevin's my guy, bro.
I was only gonna ask you to give us a good segue into the clip that we're getting into.
All right,
but the homie was dope.
The clip is talking about well, there's a 2-part. There's one about parenting and the effects of feminism and parenting, right? And then there's another one that speaks about hold on, let me look for it. I made some notes. Rejection of femininity, right? So
Okay.
let me play the first one. Let's start right here. We'll start right here. Tell me what y'all think.
They
Yeah.
want to be, right? So it's almost as if we elevated in a funny way. Feminists were trying to reject patriarchy, but they ended up idolizing it and wanting to be it, and then rejecting everything feminine. And that's a problem. And it's certainly a problem for motherhood.
And I think what maternal feminism says is actually maybe women are all right, and maybe actually this feminine stuff is good, and
Yeah.
maybe motherhood is actually just as valuable as your professional life.
Yeah.
And we should aspire to feminist ideas, policy, education, whatever, which prizes that.
And
That-
how
that's
much do you
specific.
see women elevated who are mothers? I mean, do you go to a cocktail party and you ask a woman what she does, and she says, "I'm a stay-at-home mom and I'm raising my children." The back will turn on her, whether it's a woman or a man. And so that means that we've denigrated and not just deprioritized. We've deprioritized, we've denigrated it, we've dismissed it, we've turned it into something less than. And so remember that what helped women to feel valuable in society was the admiration for them. Feminism has to get to a place where it says, you have choice. We admire your choice to stay home with your children, and admire our choice not to have children. But the idea that the second wave of feminism, it was about, it's all drudgery and it's disgusting and boring, and it made it into this. And now you have these websites, which are frightening to me, the scary mommy websites, where you have women saying, I hate breastfeeding and I hate pregnancy and I hate my children. And it's so disturbing to me, because what have we done to those women? What have we done to society that we have those websites? It's okay to feel frustrated, to feel bored, to have many feelings about mothering, but the hostility towards mothering, the hostility towards children, the hostility towards raising children, if we don't admire mothers again, there will be no mothers in the future.
Fellas,
That's some weirdo shit.
Well,
Go ahead.
go,
On. Well, I
yeah,
was going to say is that I agree 100. I agree with everything she's saying, but she's making it sound like there are women who talk like that. I think those are women, like, we talk about, some women, you're a father, I'm a father, I'm assuming you're a father too, born, right? Women
oh
go
yeah,
through pregnancy, give
exposed.
birth, and they go through all sorts of fucking emotions. So some women come on the other side and they have some, they talk about women who have given birth and like unalive their kids, because they're just like, it's a fucked up postpartum depression and all kinds of shit like that. So I think it sounds like to me, she's describing women who are going through that. They have a space to talk about that. I don't know if that's a movement. I think that's a group of ditzy, crazy ass women who feel like she described, who do need some sort of therapy and help. And if they got a group somewhere online where they want to sit there and talk like that, who gives a shit? I don't think most women come out of pregnancy
You anyway. And
feel that way. And I definitely agree with her. I don't think that women out there in society that decide that they want to be a stay-at-home mother, a housewife, should be looked down upon. I definitely don't agree with that. I would look up to them as equally as I would a woman that got a job, and just don't make no difference.
All right, so yeah, I see it the same way, Rico. At the same time, you have women who have children, right, and they neglect to be like they, in the 9 months of conception, right? Then now, like, oh yeah, it's gonna be wonderful or whatever. And then, when the baby's there and they have to deal with all of the, the first parenting, the first mother parenting phases and so forth, they begin to regret and start to depress themselves to where, you know, it backlashes on the father, and it backlashes ultimately on the children. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, for those women who see that and see it as you know, a negative towards the father, like, why did you put me in this situation? Why did this? So ultimately, it lands on the child. You dig what I'm saying? It lands on the seed. So, you know, for those women who, you know, who are there to wait to raise the children and, you know, become, you know, I guess somewhat of substance, you know, to the child's life throughout, you know, the birth, raising, and so forth. Yeah, you know, it takes a toll, and it says something about the mother. But at the end of the day, like, you know, like every woman knows what they're getting into, you know, through that 9 months of conception, you know, after the birth, and then when the birth happens, and they have all of these other responsibilities. You know what I mean? Like, it's heavy, as you know, it's a lot more heavier than they thought it would be. You know what I'm saying? Um, that part, you know, they have to, you know, they have to concede to. So, like I said, with that statement, me being all over the place, excuse me, fellas, but the point is that, um, being a woman, yeah, okay, it's a lot of responsibilities. It's a lot of things that happen in between and during that time. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, this is the life that you chose. This is what you wanted. This is what you like. You know, when I signed up for the military, they told me this is what you signed up for. Don't cry about it now. You know what I'm saying?
Thank
But
you for your
go
service.
ahead.
Thank you for your service, man.
Appreciate it.
There's
Appreciate you, man.
another clip I want to share real quick, and I want y'all to weigh in on this also. Let me see if it'll
Can I
work.
ask you a question, Stephen?
Go ahead.
Would you take a 3-year career break? Would you be able to do that?
Would I be able to
Like,
take a 3-year?
Emotionally, mentally?
So I would be, it's possible, but would that be my choice? No. It's obviously possible because I have the means to. So I'm a different person. Like, I'm a slightly more privileged person to ask. But would I want to take 3 years off my career, stop doing this, to solely raise children? I would not want to.
You would struggle. And the thing is, men aren't expected to. So
We have different nurturing hormones. We have a biology that's really different.
I think we just need to take into account that no one is judging Stephen for saying that. But if I said just couldn't do it, people would be like, and that societal expectation and that societal guilt needs to be acknowledged.
But men and women are different.
They are different.
Stephen could say other things which would have people's jaws on the floor. Like, I don't want to financially support my wife and child. I think people would be quite shocked by that. I mean, we just have different expectations from mothers and fathers.
I just don't want to go back to men are from Mars and women are from Venus.
No, I want to give some evidence of that. So there is hormonal research to show that men and women respond to nurturing differently. We have different hormones, different amounts of hormones. It comes from different parts of our brain. Women produce, when they give birth, when they breastfeed, when they nurture their young, they produce a ton of oxytocin if they're healthy. Oxytocin helps you to attach to your baby, and it also is inversely connected to cortisol. So it lowers the baby's stress, it lowers your stress, and it raises the well-being of the baby and the well-being in you. And so what we know is that oxytocin is passed back and forth between babies and mothers, right brain to right brain connection. Oxytocin makes mothers sensitive, empathic nurturers. It makes them very attuned to the distress of their babies. When fathers produce oxytocin, when they stay home, it comes from a different part of their brain, and it makes them more playful, tactile stimulators of babies. They tickle the babies, they throw them up in the air, they chase them around, they encourage risk-taking, they encourage exploration. They're great with separation. But in terms of providing that emotional security and that emotional regulation in those early days, mothers do it differently.
Okay, fellas. So she originally started by saying, why am I ostracized because I decided not to have a child and all that, right? Which is cool. But this is what she's saying.
Mhm.
Now you take that and you add it to the statistics and the data that's happening now in the United States and across the world, where less women are having babies. Go ahead, Rico.
Well, because it's funny because we were asked in the conversation. Well, earlier in the conversation, we all agreed that children raised by single fathers were better, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I agree with that. The data shows that. But then she made the argument that fathers nurture differently than mothers. You see what I'm saying? So then I'm like, then we're acknowledging the fact that children raised by fathers will be nurtured differently than children raised by mothers. And what I would suggest is that being a single father who raised children on my own as a single father, this and whatever, and I can tell you they were nurtured differently because I nurtured them the way I knew how, which was unlike any mother. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that. I just didn't have it. So I'm telling you from practical experience. I'm not a sociologist or anything like that. It's like I always tell people like my two oldest sons, I raised them fucked up because I was a man. And it was just because of the fact that I loved them emotionally as much as I could, but I knew they was missing a whole lot of shit that they would have gotten from their mother. But she wasn't there. She didn't care to be there. There wasn't a goddamn thing I could do about that. There was literally nothing I could do about that. So I gave them what I could, to the fact of the matter that they're grown men today, and we still have some issues that we're still working out because of that. And I tell them, like, look, motherfucker, it's what I knew. Good, bad, indifferent, this, that, whatever. So it was a learning experience for me, and it still is. I try to tell them to nurture their children with their mother. And I was like, hopefully you'll have it easier than I did because you got that support that I didn't have. And that's no excuse for me not doing better. I tell everybody, if you're going to be a single father, that's no excuse. We still got to do better. I should have did better. Right. So I keep kicking myself in the ass for it. But I'm just sitting there saying is that when I hear that, the conversation with her was like, men nurture differently. We're more
right, so Rico, let me ask you this, brother.
Yes, sir.
Are either of your sons, and you have two, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are either one of those, either one of your sons gay, in jail?
Nope.
Homeless, or suffering from any type of, what I mean?
Nah.
So I think you did a great job. I think you did a good for real.
But I don't
being a father.
Yeah. Like I said, I got one that's he's married with 2 kids and he's 16 years in the Air Force. He's like 4 years from retirement.
There you go.
The other one has been a knucklehead. He been out there in them fucking streets. But he ain't gay. He's not drug addicted. He's just addicted to them fucking streets. So I'm not gonna paint him as no angel because he fucking ain't, And we all and actually, and I have 3 stepsons that I also raised as well because I remarried. So all 5 of my boys are doing. I got a son that's a plumber. I got one that's an electrician. I got one that's a mental health specialist with a master's degree. I got one that's 16 years in the Air Force, and then I just got the one we call a knucklehead.
There you go.
And I did a lot of that shit as a single father. It was hard, but I also tell people too, I didn't have a life. So when people beat up on single mothers, like I was a single mother. I had no life. I had fucking none. I had to eat all.
Well, you did great. Listen, Rico. Well, you did great. I mean, and you can tell, like you just said, you had biological sons and you had adopted sons. So you did the right thing. And I think from what the lady was saying, you know, through the raising of the children and so forth, yes, there is a significant difference between, and it may not just be the gender, it could just be the person. I was on Jazzy P's live earlier, and we were talking about the YNs. Everybody know who the YNs are.
Yeah, we do.
So, so yeah, I mean,
My
and we,
guys.
yeah, I'm saying so you know, and we were speaking on the upbringing and the cause and effect of of parenting and what becomes of that, you know. So, and I'm like, yo, listen, I have 6 children. This is real talk. My firstborn is a female, you know, very well spoken. She's doing, you know, she's shooting past the stars. My two eldest, they're in the military, and my 3, the youngest, are either in school. Okay, and you know, me as a father, you know, whether or not I'm with them or without, or not with them, I was stating to, you know, the channel in the chat, to where, you know, even if I separate from, you know, their mother, me as the father, I still have to educate their mother. If I'm not there, I have to educate their mother so that she educates them through me. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm not going to get on no ill will trip from or through their mother because, you know, we're at odds. No, because if I do, that's going to lead to the mother only educating them through her ideology and thus forth. So I have to actually educate my ex baby mother, whichever you may call it. You know what I'm saying? To actually educate my children so that when I'm with them, I can give them further education and it affects them. You know, so the line between what the lady was just saying on the video, meaning being that, you know, the woman being there to nurture them, and the father being there to also give his guidance and so forth. As Rico just said, like we can see from example, you know, he has adopted children and biological children, and the way that you know, he's governed and taught them and kind of, you know, given them wisdom and knowledge. You know, you can see that they're brought into society, you know, in a way that they're productive, they're not, you know, obstructive and anything like that. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's a very thin line, you know, between the tolerance between, you know, the nurturement between the man and the woman. So, you know, that's my opinion on it.
So if things continue, first let me ask you guys, do you guys see any problem with the state of relationships, marriage, and childbearing in the United States? Do you guys see any problem?
I would say this real
There
quick.
is
Yeah.
I mean, and not to cut your knowledge,
No,
Rico.
go ahead.
Yeah, there's a problem. And I believe that it's brung throughout the social engineering, throughout our society, for real, for real.
My question is the problem, which I admit is there in black and white, but us being travelers, certainly you, Baron, is it any greater than it is anywhere else you go? Because if the argument is, and again, the argument is always presented to me that it's, for whatever reason, it's got to be American black women in particular, specifically, or American women. I'm like, okay, so where the fuck else am I going that it's any different? I travel the world, not the whole world, but all the parts I've been, I see the same shit where I go.
Well,
I
let me ask you
definitely
something.
see it in the DR.
Let me ask you something.
So,
If in your work field that you do, in your immediate your immediate community, immediate state, if there were no opportunities, viable opportunities for you to gain employment in the career field that you are in, would you move to another state or consider moving to a different area?
Yes.
Okay. You asked if there was a problem. Someone in the comments just wrote, you can't even talk to women today. You can't even, these YNs don't have the ability because they've seen us transition to a point where we can't even court women anymore, right? The courting process is all messed up, right? And then now we're in a process where they don't even know how to court a woman. They don't even talk to a woman. It is instant gratification. If she ain't giving me that, I'm not dealing with her, right? So now I'm gonna give you an example. Now you said, is it anywhere better than? Now I can go. I've traveled a lot of places, and the places that I travel, me being able to cold approach a female on the streets and talk to her outside of the country has been much successful than here in the States.
Okay.
And I stay shooting. I'm a shooter. I'm gonna keep shooting.
All right, you a shooter. Okay. All right. No, don't run away, man, because I'm press you now. Now I'm gonna press your ass, right?
Let's go.
You a shooter. You cold approaching.
Mm-hmm.
What's the first thing you do?
How are you doing? That's the first thing I say.
You
every
fucked
time.
Up. No, that's a lie.
Hey, how are you doing? Every single
That's
time.
a lie.
Hey, how are you? Every
That's
single
a
time,
lie.
Rico. Every single time,
That's
Rico.
a
I
lie.
promise you. I promise
That's
you.
a lie.
I promise.
I'm gonna tell you why that's a lie. What is the first fucking rule of communication?
Eye contact.
Body language. Body language.
So now we're supposed to be.
You said how you doing?
No, he said it. He said that
Yes.
that is
He
that
said
is body
eye
language.
contact, which
That
is
is body
true.
that is body
Eye
language.
contact is a point. But again, before you speak, that's what these young folk, YN alphas don't get. It's your body language. If your body language is very off-putting, I don't give a fuck what comes out your mouth. Doesn't matter what you say.
It's great that you highlighted that. You're showing. You're making my case good.
Yes. So again, right. But I'm saying you left that part out. And what I sit there and always tell people, like literally when I tell people, I'm like, okay, everybody's bitching about dating. You know what I tell them the secret to dating is? Don't be an asshole. That's it. Just don't be an asshole. Be nice. People in 2025, a motherfucker act like it's going to kill them to just be nice. So to be nice is to say, okay, if I come into, when I first meet you, Baron, right? And it's a relationship, we're on the opposite ends. I'm going to acquiesce or Lord knows, here's the dirty word. Here's the dirty word. I'm going to submit to you. As a man, I'm going to submit to you. I'm not being your bitch. I'm saying I'm going to submit to your position. Because what that does do, that makes you drop your defense. If I come off and I'm like, man, fuck this shit, like you locking up with me. And ain't neither motherfucker, we can't conversate. We can't conversate because we both doing it. But I'm gonna come, hey, how's it going, Baron? You know what I'm saying? And the Japanese, the Asian, they do the bow shit. Nobody look at them like no bitch. So you walk into the room and that's a position of submission.
You're coming from a position that all men operate that way out of disrespect when they first approach a female.
But that's the point where I try to tell men when you're sitting there with the opposite sex, right? I'm not telling you to bow. I'm saying be compliant.
Rico, you're right. You're
you're
right.
wrong on that one.
Okay, Rico, you're right.
Communicating.
Rico, you're right, but I'll say that you're wrong because look, women and dating, women like us men and we're dating, it's like food, right? It's like
Okay.
food. You're gonna add this to that, and you're gonna add that to this. You know what I mean? It's always so. For example, like you just asked BLB, right?
Yes.
What's the first thing you acknowledge when approaching a female? It's body language,
Body
right?
language. Right. What's your
Right.
body language?
So
What's your
right.
posture? What's
So
your posture?
right. So when you walk, like I mean, if me, for example, I walk to a female, I get the eyes. Say it's a group of 5 females,
Okay.
and I walk and I get eyes. Wah, 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 you know what I mean? Certain females are gonna like certain things. So
Yes.
you may walk up not being an asshole. You may walk up,
Yes.
hey, how are you doing? Hey,
Mhm.
my name is Rico. How are you doing?
Yes.
One out of those 5 females are gonna say, okay, I'll accept that. The other
Exactly.
the
Look at the
other four
stats.
may
Listen to the
say
stats.
Okay.
the other four may say, nah, this motherfucker,
Simp
who
ass
the
nigga.
fuck is he?
Right.
Right. You know what I'm
I
saying?
got
Who
you.
the fuck is
I
he?
got
He
you.
been, you know what I'm saying? That type shit. So and I'm only adding on. So the other four may think like, okay, nah, he ain't my, you know what I mean?
Simp ass.
But
He's soft. He's soft, old bitch ass nigga, whatever. Right?
right,
Nah, they
right.
get offended. They
But
get
this is what I'm
offended.
saying.
How
No,
could
but
you?
this hear me out. Hear me out, gentlemen. Hear me out. Okay. So you said it's 5. I went up there and I simped. 1 out of the 5 received it. That's a 20% success rate.
That's the
Right?
stats, right?
That's 20%.
Okay.
If I don't go, that's a 0%.
That's true.
But hear me out. Because again, that's what these niggas is crying about. These niggas is crying about all of them gonna reject me. No, 1 of the 5 will accept you. You ain't
Hold on, Rico.
hear me out. You too fucking scared to look for that 20%. That's there. That's probably in almost every dynamic. But
Mm-hmm.
what they do is say, because it's a 20% success ratio and there's 5 different groups, I'm not going to try any of them. But you got a 20% success ratio in each one. So you're not going to try any of them because the 20% in your mind is too low. You need 100%. So what the motherfucker want is no. Hear me out. No,
Listen,
Baron.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Because this is what these motherfuckers is asking for. They're saying, why when I walk up to all 5 of them, I got my fly shit, I got my drip on, I got this, I got that. Why ain't all these bitches after me? Because nigga, you don't do it for all of them. This is what these motherfuckers is crying for. They want 100%. I ain't never had 100% a day in my motherfucking life. So if the argument is to you moist motherfuckers, you have to have 100% success ratio, you where you need to be.
That's not it, Rico. That's
But
not it.
why do no? Why do they have to have 100%? What is you got the Boston Red Sox in your hat? What put you in the Hall of Fame? 30 fucking percent. If you hit a fucking 300 batting average, you in the fucking Hall of Fame. That means 3 out of 10 times, 7 times they can strike you the fuck out. 3 times, all you got to do is get on base. You in the fucking Hall of Fame. So if these motherfuckers can't accept a 25 to 30% batting average, fuck them.
That's not it, Rico. And I'm
What
gonna tell
is
you
it
why
then?
that's not it. I'm gonna tell you why that's not it. Your question was, it ain't any better anywhere else, right?
Yes,
And so,
because
okay.
everyone go
And
ahead.
I beg to differ. You do have. I think that in certain countries that you go through, your success rate for the cold approach to a female is greater than it would be in the United States. And I'm gonna tell you, here's the thing. There is a difference. Now, I'll take that back. I'm not a shooter. I'm a sniper. I'm gonna snipe. A
Okay.
shooter, a shooter will shoot at anybody. So he'll go through all those 5 and shoot. A sniper knows, he's intelligent enough to know that it's not going to work out if I holler at one and then try to holler at another one that's in that group of 5 that they came together. His setup of the story is I see 5 shorties together, 5 of them. If I holler at one, that's an L. I'm washed from the rest of the 4. You are not going to be able to holler at the rest of the 4 under no circumstances, and we all know that. You are already washed. You chose her, it didn't work out. What you think you're going to holler at me next? You know what they're going to say. It's not going to happen. Now, where men have been turned off from actually cold approaching or trying to figure out or trying to court or woman is because women today make it so difficult, whether they know it or not, for a man to approach. You can't approach him in the gym. You can't approach him in the grocery store. You can't approach him on the street. You can't approach him at any point in time because there's enough video evidence going around the world of these men being filmed and made and disrespected for approaching a female.
Can
now,
I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So you're not okay. I agree with you. No pushback. So you're saying, for the reason you just described as to why you don't cold approach in the U.S., you snipe overseas.
I do the same thing. Now, for me, I do the same thing here. But I'm telling you, from my statistics, my success rate is greater overseas
you're
versus
being a
here.
sniper.
Oh, okay. BLB.
There you go.
Let me chime in real quick. Scenario: 5 women in a group.
Yep.
You see 1 or 2 that you like. How do you approach? And what do you say?
First off, me personally, I'm just talking about me. I would never ever approach a group of girls ever. It's just not gonna work out. It never works out. Because technically, whether guys know it or not, and think about it think about it deeply. If you're approaching for one that you like out of a group of 5, you're technically approaching the whole group. Because that female that you're approaching is going to look for feedback from the other females. For instance, I'll give you a scenario. I'm a woman. Let's just say hypothetically. I'm sitting with my girls. Homeboy approach, try to talk to Lil LaQuisha. And by the feedback that she's getting from all the other girls, if they give her that look like, girl, he tough, like that, she's gonna go with it. But if the other females in that group is like, you ain't, it's a loss, it's a dub. You ain't get, it's a loss, it's a L. You ain't getting that approach, no matter how much he feels for you. And we've all been in them situations, Rico.
We have.
We've all been in them situations.
So get
Rico, let me land the plane.
Not Rico, because Rico stay wiped up. That's the problem.
No, but I got a question though. Believe it or not, look, I've been in these streets. But go ahead.
All right. So look, BLB, me in the situation. I walk amongst, we at a fair or function or whatever, and I walk amongst 5 females, right? I see 1 or 2 that I see potentially like, damn, man, I might like. I walk up. The first thing I address is something common amongst the group. You know what I mean? Or something. I'm going to say something that's going to break the ice between every and each one of them. So I don't have like you just said. If I choose 1, I'm done. If I choose 2, I'm done. I choose 3, I'm done. But if I broke the ice between all of them, okay, boom, I'm in there. I'm
you
the
killing
foot is
it,
in the
boy.
door.
You fucking killing it.
But you understand what I'm saying, right? So I'm in there. So anyway, so from there, I gravitate towards a conversation. Hey, so what y'all doing here? Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, oh word, oh damn, you know what I mean? And the most talkative one might not be the one I want, but I'm still gravitating towards conversation that brings everybody into, and that's like, when you're an MC, meaning the master of ceremony, you look at each and every one of them for feedback and for dialogue. You dig what I'm saying? So that and that breaks the ice right there. And then the one who says, I'm not feeling them, she gonna fall back a little bit. And then the one that's feeling, they're gonna gravitate towards conversation, depending on how you bring conversation. This is conversational, is a conversation 1-on-1. You dig what I'm saying? So versus and mind you, it's a lot easier overseas than it is stateside because stateside, they're gonna grill you, but that's where you know what you know when you on it. You dig what I'm saying? You can go anywhere in the world and you can speak to 10 females at the same time, and I guarantee you 7 out of 10 are gonna be like, okay, yeah, I want this guy. He's boom. First off, you were confident enough to walk up to 5, 7 females. You were confident enough to do that.
Yeah,
Then
that's
you
wild
held
work.
the
That's wild
right.
work.
Then you held conversation. Then you held conversation enough to where he's interesting enough. Let me see where else he's going. Who is this guy? What is he about? Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
tell you where you fucked up, Born. You
Okay.
oh my God, you ran 95 yards. You was about to go in for the touchdown.
Got
You
you, sir.
fumbled the
Got
ball
you.
at the 5-yard line. Because I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Hey, Rico.
Everything you said, I would do 1,000% like you said.
Mhm.
And when you come to all 5 of them, you know where you fucked up? Because when
What's
I
up, man?
walk up to them, I'm buying all 5 of them a drink.
There you
You
go.
out here, you
Okay.
out here, man.
Tap your mouth. Tap your mouth.
Good night, lady.
Look, Born.
Go ahead.
This is
Rick.
where they fucking up. Because here's the whole point. You want to fuck one of them. I want to fuck all 5 of them.
Okay.
Now, I don't know which one I'm going to get. But I know I'm going to get one of them. And the whole point is this.
It's master security too?
No.
Because they always got a security guard with them.
Excuse me.
One of them big backs.
You got
He said
bottom line
don't say
is
that.
whether it's I can go into a restaurant, I can see 5 at a table, and I'm gonna say, hey, get them ladies 5 bottles of whatever, glasses of bullshit they drinking. Not bottles, I'm sorry. Glasses of bullshit that they drinking. No, I'm saying it's like literally, this goes all the way back to my old school days, where it's like a lot of time we would do a Tom Collins, a gin and rum and coke, just a rail drink. And the rail drinks might be like $2 a pop. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drop $20 on these bitches, right? And that was a lot of money back in the day. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to flash. Niggas was always trying to flash like I got more than what I could, right? Now, granted, okay, I'm gonna put them on this front one, right? I'm gonna get them a rail drink. It's always the vodka and OJ, gin and top. You call it a rail drink. So we would sit there and say, hey, look, not only am I interested in you, but I'm being nice to your fat friends and shit, right? Because now here's the thing. Your fat friends is gonna goose me. They gotta goose me. That bitch ain't had nobody buy her a drink all year.
Yeah.
I bought her one tonight. Ain't nobody never bought her a drink, right? Now, I might be after this one particular girl in the group. But I know what I'm doing is I'm measuring like, okay, I can sit here because typically, like, I go out with my guys, right? I might be with you, Baron, and you, Born. Y'all niggas, buy me another drink. I'm like, fuck it, I'm tired of buying you niggas drinks. I'm gonna buy a table of chicks some drinks. Cause I've been out to, don't act like you ain't been out to the club and you had me or Born sitting there, come on, Baron, buy me another fucking drink, right? You always got a nigga, right? So I'm like, fuck you niggas, I'm gonna buy them, right?
Right.
Because I'm trying to give me some draws, right?
Right.
That's why you always do rounds and everybody take a turn when you with your guys.
So literally,
There you go. Yeah.
Literally, I'm like, I'm gonna leverage and fuck buying y'all drink. I'm gonna leverage it on. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to buy credit, like what he said. Everything he said was spot on. And just being able to be in that one position where you could say, hey, and she goes, see, that's the thing that guys cry about. Guys cry about today. Oh, they all want to drink. I'm like, if you ain't buying drinks, you ain't asking for no pussy. There is no way in hell you can sit there and tell a woman And again, like the group of 5, I don't know which one gonna give me no pussy. But I think in my mind, one of them 5, I don't care if I gotta fuck the fat bitch. I'm gonna fuck somebody.
So your intentions is not to court. Your intentions is to smash.
Absolutely.
Well, that's look where we at.
Absolutely.
That's that toxic
Yes.
masculinity that they talk
Yes.
about.
Right, but here's the whole point. Here's the whole point. I'm gonna agree with you 1,000%, Baron. Right. The intention is I'm fucking somebody. If in fact, and I'm like, I'll fuck the fat girl because I don't care. Because nigga, don't act like you ain't never did. Okay, so stop playing, right? But the
One
whole
goddamn time. One goddamn time.
and you still got our phone number. But here's the whole point. Right? That might be obviously when I make that investment, it's like, okay, I hope to get something out of it. The hopes is that, oh, the prettiest girl out of the group, I hope she likes me. And I hope that it's what they call it, peacocking. They call it peacocking. So that's what spending the money is. I got money. I'm being a peacock. So that's what it's called. It's like, so, oh, he buying everybody drinks, right? I could probably only afford 1 round. I wish I could afford 10, right? But
you better get away from that table fast.
Literally, the description of it's called peacocking. You peacock like you're bigger than what you are. So I fluff my wings. Oh, yeah. Get them around. I'm peacocking. And I really don't fucking have it like, oh, Lord, I hope I can cover the bill. So if I can peacock for a small group and make that small group believe that I'm bigger than what I am, that's good for me. Then they walk away thinking, oh, shit, you see Rico? Even if I don't get it that night, in their mind, when they walk away, they think I'm somebody that I'm not. And that's what I need to put.
Hey, Rico, I tell you what, and this is a true story. This is a true story. I'm in Dubai. Real talk. This is why I say 5. This is why I came up with the number 5. I'm in Dubai. Okay. I'm in. I don't know if one of you guys have been to Dubai. Anybody been to Dubai? BLB.
No, not yet.
All right. Rico, you been to Dubai?
Rico's getting chin check right now.
All right. Okay. So there's a place out there in Dubai called Jumeirah, and Jumeirah is close
What's it
to
called?
the beach. Right? Jumeirah.
What's it called? Jumeirah.
Jumeirah with a J, right?
Okay.
And so, at one of these local spots, at one of the local bar spots, Jumeirah is kind of like the high end place of in Dubai. The United Arab Emirates, there's cities. I know there's Dubai, there's Abu Dhabi, there's Yada. And now that you're back on, Rico, have you been to Dubai?
Hell no.
Okay.
I wish I could, but I ain't got no money like that. I'm faking.
It's okay. All right. Well, Dubai is like the Las Vegas or the Dominican Republic for the Middle East, right? And so I'm in Dubai, real talk. Walk up like I'm in a hotel, and at the hotel is this lounge, the bar lounge. Okay. And the bar lounge, you go downstairs, blah, 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 blah. Now, mind you, there's some professional workers out there. I know what I mean by professional workers. Okay. The mangos, whatever you want to call them. And then there's females that are out there tourism, So walk downstairs and go to the bar, get to the bar, order me a drink, boom, spot a female out of a crowd, and there were 5 of them. It's real talk. And I'm like, damn, she thick than a motherfucker, like I like them thick. I'm sorry. I like them thick. So I'm looking over at the table. They look and they see me. You know what I mean? Out of all of the tourists and everybody else is sitting down there. So I'm like, damn, all right, well, fuck it. You know what I mean? The only way to do it is to do it. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? So I walk up, boom. As I told y'all, you know, I'm appealing to the crowd. Now, mind you, the thickest one is the one I'm looking for. She wasn't the prettiest, but she's the one that I wanted. So we get to talking, laughing, joking, smoking. And as Rico said, yes, I did buy a round of drinks. I did. Hey, come on, let's drink, y'all. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. We drinking, laughing. Other female, she's like, okay. The other female, she's like, come on, we're gonna have another round. And we're like, now mind you, the conversation is going so good. The chemistry is great. We're vibing. Everybody. There's no, there's no silent, that awkward
Yeah.
silence and all that. There's none of that. So boom, you know, and so the one I wanted, like she's grabbing, like she's on the point to where, when she's laughing, she's grabbing, like she's touching my hand on the. Oh my God! Are you standing? And I'm like, yo. So mind you, she's like, well, what did you do? So I'm, letting them know my, background education. And so the other females, they're kind of, come on, drinks. Now, mind you, they're tourists. And so drinks are coming, boom, boom, boom. So ultimately, we all go back to my room. This is real talk. We all go back to my room. And we up there and we got a good bottle. We're drinking, da 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 da. And so afterwards, you know what I mean? And the end of this, the point that I'm trying to make is that I actually got the one that I wanted. You know what I'm saying? And one other that was kind of freaky enough to kind of join in, you know what I'm saying? And it was that from there. The other ones, kind of drunk, passed out. So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it was what it was. But the point was the initial approach. You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? And I say that to say this, you know, it's all about how you you have to be the man like a magician. You just have to kind of be there and do what you have to do to get what you have to get. I mean, and I don't know if that's misogynic, you know what I'm saying? But but the point was I never compromised or I never settled for anything other than who I was and just being me, just you know what I mean, to achieve the goal. You
Agree.
understand what I'm saying?
But you know born and see, there you go. Exactly. So that's my whole point was, and I agree with it's like, because sometimes if you go and you see a group of beautiful young ladies that you like, right? And you like a particular one, you can't go, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna take all my money and it's between 1 to 5. I'm only going to, I don't want none of my money only on number 3. I don't want none of it on number 1 and 2. I don't want none of it. You can't do it. It doesn't work that way because they're together. They're a group. So I can't say I'm gonna spend all my money on number 3. And I ain't look, I want to buy a drink for number 3. Fuck 1 and 2, fuck 4 and 5. Because as they are a group, they're gonna look at you a certain kind of way. So I'm like, hey, I have to order something for 1, 2, 3. 3, I'm gonna give her the extra shit. And 4 and 5. I can't ignore the other 2. So when people look at you, go like, oh, I ain't buying on one, like, then motherfucker, you ain't trying to talk to number 3. Because number 3 will make it be known you ain't buying no drinks for me and not my girls.
Right.
So you don't even want that to be said to you.
Right.
Because if they say that to you, now they're gonna fucking kick it up. Because you if I send a drink just to number 3 and not 1, 2, 4, and 5, then number 3 gonna be like, oh, fuck you, nigga. Now, and then she gonna order some shit that's just way crazy. So I'd rather go ahead and off the grip and say, hey, let's get them all a shot of Patron. Because it's all reasonable. It's all reasonable.
I agree with that approach.
Hey,
But you
now
guys right
hey,
now have described something that feminists would say is the problem. And the problem is that the approach was to smash. The approach wasn't to court and meet somebody significant.
Right.
Right.
Now,
So teach me
Okay.
how you would do it if you're looking for something. I'm not looking to smash. I'm looking because I'm interested in knowing you.
but even if you're trying to court, I'm saying the same approach works even if you're trying to court. I'm telling you my intention. But again, that don't have to be my intention. My intention could be like, hey, I really like number 3. I want to get to know her, get her number, give her my number so we can link up and we can do things in the future.
Usually that's a different type of approach, though, Rico. Both have a different type of approach. At least in my eyes, I approach it different. When I'm approaching the smash is different than when I'm approaching to actually know.
No, the intention is different. The approach can be the same. Because if I'm approaching, if I'm approaching woman number 3 and I'm intentional and I'm serious about a relationship, I can approach the same way. Hey, look, I see 3 beautiful ladies. So instead of me sending them 3 shots of Casamigo, I'm going to send them 3 glasses of champagne. I'm going to send them something different. But the approach is still the same. I'm sitting over here with me and my friends. I look over and I see 5 beautiful women, right? I'm like, oh man, they're beautiful. You know, it's on a Saturday afternoon. Right? Let me send them 5 glasses of mimosas on me just to say, hey, ladies, for 5 beautiful women, have a beautiful day. I'm being complimentary to all of them. I'm intentionally feeling a way about number 3, hoping something will spark, but I don't know. Later on that night, I'm trying to fuck. Same 5 chicks, but now I'm a different dude. I just want to fuck. I'm going to send 5 shots of Patron. I'm trying to fuck number 3. I'm going to say something spicy about number 3. It still can be the same thing. The YNs today don't want to pay. So the minute I say get 5 drinks, oh, these YNs fucking ass get tight. Right?
They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay for the team.
They don't want to
pay for just her.
Pay for nobody but their mans in them.
Exactly.
Now check this out.
Problem.
Now check this out. Check this out.
Go ahead.
Okay, so once me and one woke up. This is real talk. It was one that already left, and the other one that had left the room because I was in the room with one. Okay, it was 3 in the front room. When we retired, when me and the other 2 retired. Okay, so let me say the audience for that. When we woke up, it was just me and one in the bed, and the one I told you that the one I was gravitating towards, and one had left already. But once we woke up and we got around walking in the living room and so forth, is the one that got up out the room. She was there, and she putting on her things. They getting ready to go, and what happened was we agreed to meet up later, which we did. Me and the one that I actually wanted. Okay, so it like to BLB's point. I met her. We gravitated towards each other. Things happened, and it went where it went. Now, when we met later on the next day on the beach, everybody was vibrant. Like I said, they were tourists, and we actually had another session. Now, because I was no slouch on the couch, it was more friends invited. You know what I'm saying? And then like one, I think they had some other guy from Denmark and who was there, whatever. But we all had a great time the next day, you know what I mean? And the same type of interactions went on, you know what I mean? So, it like I said, it just depends on how you gravitate towards the introduction, right? You don't have to really tell any ugly lies to print out pretty results. You know what I'm saying? I think BLB and both you, Rico, both of y'all said, once once it's there, when it's there, it's there. You know what I'm saying? So it's not me, I guess, being what's the word you guys just used, misogynist, you know what I mean, to that effect. uh no, everybody, we were all in all, everybody was in agreement, and nobody took advantage of any type of feminism, that I can tell, because nobody
Oh,
called the cops, nobody said, hey, he did me wrong, or he said he told me a pretty lie, or anything like that. It was everybody, we were there at a resort that that, hey, you guys are tourists, you know if you're gonna believe this guy and what he's saying, or regardless, it was there. You see what I'm saying? So the art of dating is not the art of dating is not outdated. It's just the people who induct themselves in dating have totally 360 that the 360, as the brother Rico said, that and BOB, I think you acknowledged as well, said, hey man, it's all out of whack, because everything that all the young YNs know is that, hey, hey, what you doing, how you doing, oh, hey, let's fuck, you know. You know what I'm saying? So
so you're from New
it's
York, right? You're from New York, right, born?
my father's from New York. Everybody asks me that, but no, I'm not from New York.
Where
But
you
my
from?
father's
Okay.
from New
I
York.
could have sworn you was from New York.
No, my father's from New York.
Oh
And I
shit.
keep that, and because of the doxing thing, I kind of keep
All
that
right, cool, cool,
elusive.
cool, cool, brother. Cool.
Yeah, yeah,
I
no,
would have
that's cool.
Yeah.
swore
That's
a
cool.
motherfucker if they told me you wasn't from New York.
Well, here's
Mhm.
the thing, like you,
Yeah.
even if you're not from there and you visit there and you try to talk to a girl, she'll disrespect you for
Right.
anything, right?
Oh yeah.
And so
Right.
Oh yeah.
that's my whole entire point. Like in today's society where we're at, with trying to court and trying to form relationships with these women, it's first of all, there's so many expectations that are put on us before you got to have this, you got to have that. So Godfather wasn't wrong about that. Then
Mm.
actually sitting down to have a conversation with a female, it's difficult. It's difficult because we're not welcome in that space. And so if we as men don't feel that we're welcome to even try, what you see a lot of men say, no, we're done with this game, we're going overseas. So yes, I think feminism definitely calls women to become this toxic. Some parts, I think that toxic femininity is causing a problem in uh, for us to even form relationships today. And
Mhm.
it's kind of like this. When the news media interviews black people, who's the camera go to first?
The most
The
ignorant
most
black person.
ignorant mud scratcher that you could ever find.
But
Hmm.
my question is this: is why? And I'm gonna do, because again, I always get this from the manosphere space or the
Hmm.
male dominated space. Rico, you always take a woman side, always take a woman side. I'm gonna take the man side. I'm taking man side. Okay, women ain't
Hey,
shit.
here you go.
Fuck them bitches. Fuck them black bitches. Fuck them. Kick them in the ass. Blah 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 blah. Kick
Yeah,
them
we're not
in
gonna say that
the
though.
ass. This is literally the point that I get frustrated, because I come from a space of black men, and my point is, I come from space from black men who I'm like, okay, fuck them bitches. I literally live in the space with like, I come from a space where we say all bitches are crazy. If that bitch got a pussy, that bitch is crazy. I don't give a fuck where she from.
Oh man, Rico about to be canceled.
I literally come from that space. Like women, they're just fucked up. My wife, she's I love her to death. I don't listen to her ass at all. For what? They believe in women shit. And it's just like, it doesn't mean I don't love them or I don't respect them. It's just like, when she be on my ass, I'm like, she a bitch, whatever. Nothing else triggers. I know I'm a man. I see it the way I see it. They see it the way they see it. And nothing else matters. But in that space, when I listen to you, B.O.B., or you Born Ready, or another man, I don't want to hear none of this bitch language. I don't want to hear it. When I come to you and as a man to man and we have a discussion, and when you come to me and you start to sound like her, I got a problem with you.
That's a, yeah. I got that. I got that.
Yeah, that's just the space. That's the space for me where I'm like, so when dudes are like, oh, but Rico, then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm like, nigga, I just fought to get that bitch out my head, and you coming in here with that same shit.
Well, this
Nigga,
is the issue, though, Rico. This is the issue that men are facing around this country rampantly.
The issue, the question I'm asking is, again, you and not you. I'm just using you as the stand-in. You're the representative of the men that's coming to me with an issue about a bitch sounding like a bitch. And I'm just saying, why you ain't put your bitch in her place? Why you? I'm struggling, and I'm not saying I'm not.
You're talking about when you're in a relationship.
So when I'm listening, I'm not saying that when you come to me about the woman, like the woman's not wrong. But the first thing as a man, from man to man, I'm looking at, it's Rico, it's Baron. All right, nigga. All right, I'm looking at you in your face. You come to me with some bitch shit. Don't come like no bitch. You better come like a man. You know, it just gets to that place where a lot of guys, and I think that's for me where I get confused, because the guys in the space, they created a space where it's like, I'm not gonna run the Baron because he don't care. I'm gonna run over here and come on, Born, get the rest of the ones that care like me, and they get into this fucking titty sucking shit, right? Where they get into this space where they all cry about and say, women don't understand, and you're on the outside, Baron, right? And you're like, well, they didn't come to me. Well, we didn't come to you because you didn't take our side. You won't take our side. So I'm gonna get Born and the rest of us, and we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna bang on women, right? And no, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bang on women. You're not gonna accept our side, but the question is that if I go over there with Born and I go into that space, what am I not gonna be? I'm not gonna be challenged, because if I run to you, you might challenge me. You might say, why the fuck are you crying, Rico? That's all I'm sitting there saying is, so when I asked you guys about the question about the 80%, nobody asked them, like, why are you making the deal about the 80% fouling rather than about what's the reason behind the filing? Nobody asked that.
The reason, listen. Okay. The reason behind the filing could be vast, is vast and various, right? The issue is the filing. Whereas,
Why is that the issue?
what does the Bible say about divorce?
Run it by me again.
What does the Bible say about
I don't know
divorce?
because I'm not a biblical man. I'm very non-biblical. So
well,
you
I mean,
tell me.
Most of these marriages has got a preacher, a priest when they start the marriage, but then you got a lawyer at the end.
Yes.
You understand? So you're married by God's law and the law of the land, right?
And we know. You got me there. You got me dead to rights that like 99.9% of the people are married by the church. But let me tell you, less than 5% of those motherfuckers live by it. Agreed?
Agree. We're all sinners. I would agree. But at the
Agreed.
end of the day,
we're married by the Bible, divorced by the courts. Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay.
So you got that going on, Rico. You got that going on, right? And so the statistic, whether you believe the statistic or not, right? Statistics or not, you can
accept it. I'll accept it.
You can okay. So here is where this whole conversation comes in. If we cannot have more successful courting, how do we get to a point where we're in relationships? That's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm seeing remember those light bugs? This is the first time I seen one since I was a kid.
Ladybugs. Okay.
The one,
light bugs.
The one that light up. It's right here.
Yeah, light bugs. Yeah.
Ladybugs.
That's a ladybug?
Ladybugs.
Nah, Rico, you think about something else, brother.
No, the
ladybugs,
the ones that light up.
Caterpillar, not the caterpillar.
No. You talking about the ladybug
Ladybug used to be red and black.
No, not that one.
Yeah, you talking about something else, Rico. You talking
about the one that blinks the light on and off.
We call them ladybugs.
Where the hell, man? Where the hell you live at, Rico?
Maryland. I know. What
the yeah, you was in the DMV. Yeah, no, they got the light bugs, bro.
Shit! What the fuck is the name of
the light bugs, bro?
Okay, light bugs. Okay,
hold on, what they called?
Here's the thing. This is
fireflies or something like that.
Fireflies.
No, okay, yeah, fireflies. Yeah, that's a better term. Yeah,
2025. So America's more secular. Well, the world is more secular. Okay. So if everybody's not into the Bible, we agree with that, right? Or the number of people into the Bible. Because see, that's what I don't like is everybody always say, well, according to the Bible. I'm like, you niggas ain't following nothing in the Bible.
Does that mean that the rules still don't apply? Does that mean that there should be some more work? These if you read some of these cases, and all of these cases are pretty much public, you can read some of these divorce.
If 95% of the people are not living by the Bible, you can't apply the Bible to what their marriage of success ratio means.
So then why get married in the first place then?
Because I don't think people get married according to the Bible. I think people get married secular. They're getting married according to the state.
I think marriage is committed. Well, I think marriage is supposed to be committable. Like when you're
what is the vows? You taking those vows, and what does the vow say? What does the vow say? Why take what is the vow? Okay.
No, you're right. The vows should state the vow. You're right. I see what you're going, BLB. Those vows should state actually what it is. You know what I'm saying? But like we just stated earlier, we're married by the Bible, divorced through the courts. You dig what I'm saying? So it plays it's totally kind of out of whack, and I think we need to overhaul what they call it overhaul.
Yes, overhaul.
overhaul the civil marriage laws within the United States. I really do. I really think that.
And I agree with that. So I just don't think biblically most people, like, I got married. Both of my marriages were very secular. I got married in El Salvador, and I got married here out in Washington, D.C. Both
Jane
of
Posey,
them,
salute.
Of course, they were both religious. But what I'm trying to tell you is this, BLB, I ain't got a religious bone in my fucking body. Not one. Not an ounce. I'm borderline fucking atheist. My wife is Catholic. I've never had a religious bone in my body. My wife knows this. There's no secret or no shit like no. It's like I just don't believe. I'm more agnostic than anything.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Rico. You good?
My wife was born and raised, well, as far as I know, and she definitely was raised as a Catholic. The confirmation, the whole 9 yards. We got married in 2019 in El Salvador in a Catholic church, so I could be the godfather to my goddaughter, because I couldn't be the godfather unless we got married in the Catholic church.
Right.
They weren't going to let me do it here in the U.S. because I wasn't Catholic.
Right.
Then fuck it, we go to El Salvador and I'm going to pay. And I did, right?
Okay.
Go figure, right? Some nigga shit. Hey, I'm Catholic. You know what I'm saying? And wonderful. I mean, like, wonderful ceremony, great people, everything. So I cosplay for the day, but my wife did. But again, like I said in the talk, like, I am who I am. I'm not going to change. So on and so forth. First we got married here in the States. So we were already married, but then I had to get married in the Catholic Church. That's the only way I could be the godfather of someone because that's how the Catholic Church is. You can't be the godfather of someone unless you were married in the Catholic Church. So I got married in the Catholic Church. It's so that just goes to show you, like, all the dynamics of all the shit. And do I feel bad? I'm like, why? You mean the church that condones priests touching children? I'm gonna be quiet.
Hey, Rico, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Let me ask you and BLB a question, man.
Yes, sir.
Now, amongst the current events that are going on today, both of you, I'm assuming, due to your knowledge, are well traveled. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now that we see the new age of gentlemen, or and I don't really want to call them passport bros, but just brothers with passports going overseas, and they're obtaining women at certain prices. Okay, does this play a part in the dynamics of dimming the light on dating? You know what I mean? Versus like, hey, look, if I can buy you, versus support you, and versus, okay, you may have an ultimate agenda at the end of the day with me, being able to support you and take care of you. Does that play a dynamic in the dating era as we see it today? Does that make a difference? Does it? I mean, because as BLB and you were saying earlier, that plays a part in why you know, the dating factor, the courting factor, in our day's society, does that play a part?
You want to go first, Baron?
No, go ahead.
I mean, here's a couple of things, and it's kind of interesting you said it, because I was having a conversation with it was funny. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine that's in the DR right now, who's been living there long term, and right now, like
Jay Rillo,
huh?
Jay Rillo.
Oh no! Here's the funny thing about it. Like right now, I'm here, right outside DC, in Maryland, in the state of Maryland, in Rockville, and my wife's in the DR at my house, right at our retirement house. So she's there. I got my buddy there. He just came back from the Sioux, back down, or Cabarete, back down to Punta Cana, blah 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 blah. And me,
Wait, Rico. You said that your wife is in the DR right now,
yeah.
and you said your buddy's there too.
My buddy lives there.
Oh, he's in the country, just not at your crib.
No, he
Okay.
lives in the DR.
Oh, my bad. The way
No.
you lined it up, I'm like, what the?
I know, and like basically, like I have a whole circle of family and friends all throughout the DR.
Okay.
All throughout, you know, like I got like fucking 20, 30 friends down there in Punta Cana area, white, black, fucking everything, you know. So like,
Right.
like I said, I got a home, 2 cars, all sorts of shit, business, like a lot of shit going on there. Right. So I'm just not like, you know, I'm still like about 3-4 years away from living there full time. But like, rather than like, I try to tell people, like, you don't go to a country and just, oh, I'm showing up with suitcases. They're like, no, motherfucker. And you talking about you going to live there. No, it's more to that. And that's not, fuck the DR. It could be the DR. It could be Brazil. It could be Colombia, Panama, France, Germany, wherever. You need to plan this shit. I tell everybody, do it, but plan it, prepare for it, do it smartly. Because what I want everybody to be is successful when they go do it. So I tell everybody, like, I'm not gonna be like all these other motherfuckers. Oh, I went to the DR, I got mad, I came back. No, because I'm not coming back. Ain't no coming back. When I fucking go, that's it. I'm done. And I'm not done because I said so. I'm done because I prepared. There's literally like I tell people all the time, like people are like, oh, you gotta learn the culture. I'm like, no, fuck the culture, fuck the language. I don't speak Spanish. I've been married to a woman. Hear me, BLB. And this is the crazy part about it. I've been married. Me and my wife be married 13 years, I think, in April. I don't speak no Spanish. That's her first language. She's from El Salvador. That's her first language, right? So I'm like, literally, when people tell me, like, oh, I'm like, I don't need a bitch in the DR. I'm bringing mine with me from America. I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? So when everybody, I'm like, I don't need that, right? So, and when mines come killing motherfuckers. Snipe. You know how you say you a sniper? I got my sniper over there. Every fucking thing I need for my fucking home and my life, my sniper over there sniping motherfuckers.
So what happens when she's not around you, Rico, and you need to
I'm
speak
a different
the language
motherfucker, right?
But you got to understand the culture a little bit.
But here's my thing. I know the culture. I've seen the culture a million miles away. I see it for all the things that's wrong about it. But here's the funny thing about it. People say, oh, you got to speak the language. I'm like, no, I don't. You got to know the culture. I'm like, I have to respect the culture. So again, is that knowing the culture? Yes. So I will say this. I have to know and respect the culture. I don't have to assimilate to it. That's what I'm pushing back on when people say, oh, you got to become Dominican. Like, no, because this is what I always tell you, Baron, right? Am I a black man? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So if I go to Germany, what am I?
Black man,
Yeah.
If I go to France, what am I?
African.
If I go to Japan, what am I? You see what I'm saying?
You're
What
you're a black man. You're a black man through and through. Go
I'm
ahead, brother. Go
literally
ahead.
telling you that, like, you a nigga wherever you go.
Right.
And that's all I'm trying to tell him is, like, remember, if I'm a black man in France, I'm a nigga speaking French. I'm a nigga
But you're
speaking Germany.
you're
I'm a
in
nigga
their
speaking,
country.
yeah.
You're in their country. So how do you feel like you shouldn't speak the language if you in their
I'm not
country?
saying you shouldn't speak. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying it's this. This is what I said there and I asked them. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Want me to tell you why? I live in Rockville, Maryland. I can walk outside my door. I can go to my mother-in-law house, and guess what? I got 3 relatives that been living in fucking America for 20 years that don't speak English. They don't speak English because we don't fucking make them. They don't.
Yeah, but
We
that
got
doesn't mean that there's no limitations in their life.
Excuse me, but they don't have to speak it because
No.
literally is what I'm saying. Exactly, and that's what I'm saying is literally, and that's the argument I always say is I'm like, wait a minute, how you gonna tell me I got to speak Spanish here when you don't have to speak English there? There is no requirement for a fuck. There are Dominicans living in Washington Heights in New York fucking city that don't speak one motherfucking word of English. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I agree. But
How the fuck you gonna tell me I gotta speak Spanish?
hold on. Here is where here is what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell you what we're talking about.
It's a
You're only
detriment to
limited. You're only limit. It's a detriment, like you said.
Yeah.
You're limited. You're limited in the things that you can do. You're limited in the things that you're limited in the things you can do,
Yes.
and you're limited in the things you're gonna understand
Yes.
about the place that you're at. If you decide to go live there and you don't speak the language, look it. I'm gonna tell you this: them people that don't speak English, they ain't making $50 an hour. They ain't doing that. They ain't in nobody's job
That's
making
facts.
$50 an hour.
That's
You go
facts.
to if they happen to go to a hospital where there is no translators on there, they're gonna have some issues. They might even die if they can't communicate what's going on with them effectively. They might even die. You or anybody else that decides to move to another country and decides not to at least learn the language, right? Now you're a little unique. You have a wife that speaks both languages. She can be your person. But these single guys going to these countries that are spending significant time in these countries
Yes.
that do not have a significant other, 9 times out of 10, the people that they're with, the female that they're dealing with, does not speak English. So where is the communication?
Right, but
How can you consistently have a relationship with a female where she doesn't speak, she don't speak English and you don't speak Spanish, but that's your wife now, that's your girlfriend? It's weird. It's weird. Why work?
Right, but again, like I said, my issue is fuck the relationship. I'm bringing my American wife with me. So the whole relationship when they go like, fuck out of here, that's not my problem, right? You know what I'm saying? That for me, I'm like, no, my American wife, who's an American citizen, who's been living in the country over 20 fucking years, who speaks English and her whole fucking family speaks English, it's like, I just can't get her to shut the fuck up. Right, you know what I'm saying? English, Spanish, whatever, right? Because
she watches this. You know she's watching this live.
I know she is. She's gonna kick my ass. But the whole point is the fact of the matter is that like that's not my issue. She's over there right now cussing those motherfuckers out in Spanish, and I'm like, baby, you got access to the money. Do what you do. Handle the motherfuckers. And she just be going, let me say, these motherfuckers. I'm like, stop calling me. You giving me a fucking headache. Them your peoples. That's what I always tell her. Them your peoples. Y'all Spanish speaking motherfuckers. Them your peoples. I can't do it. Do your thing. But my whole point is that in the dynamic of it is, I try to tell them, this is what I literally try to tell everybody. So I'm like, fuck the Spanish. It could be German, it could be French. I'm like, you can go to France. And people always ask me, I said, the first thing you must learn, and this is what I told my wife, she speaks Spanish. I'm like, while you learning Spanish, I'm going to learn the law.
It's
I'm
in Spanish, Rico.
What the fuck is going to get us in trouble and what ain't.
It's in Spanish.
Fuck all that other shit. So literally, every time I've ever talked to somebody, when I talk to my lawyer, I say, do I got to do bachata? No. Do I got to drink Presidente? No. Do I got to follow the law? Yes. Fuck all this shit y'all talking about. Because what we tell them when they come to America, you ain't got to learn English. You ain't got to drink
pero todo hombre aquí en Peno habla poco español.
Law.
Pero todo hombre aquí en este Peno habla español. Sí.
That's it. You better know the
So you
law.
say so every man on this panel, we speak a little Spanish, right?
Right.
Every man
he
on
don't
this
speak
panel
no
speaks a
Spanish.
little.
I understand. Entiendo.
Taíno.
Okay.
Pero mi pregunta es,
You entiendo.
but my question is to us who is kind of seasoned. We're already seasoned. We know what it is.
Yes, sir.
My question was, how was the difference between the young folks, the new age, let's say travelers, versus us being seasoned? We've already been there. We've done that. War t-shirt, yada. You know what I mean? Versus the new age travelers going there, paying as BLB already kind of coined, box.
Right.
Okay, paying for box versus men traveling abroad. You know, how does that differentiate between, you know, the courting effect? Now, the BLB, you know that you did label Nani. When we go, but Poochie, as Rico might know this term, Poochie, right? Box.
Box.
You labeled, you've coined that term. You know this, right? So
Those guys that are looking for box, they ain't courting nothing. They just trying to get it in, and that's cool. And so if you're to go back to Rico's point, if you're saying you need to learn the language, well, if you're like a weekend guy and you're just there for a little bit and you know what you're there for. I mean, I know guys literally, I could tell you this, that travel with like one change of clothes and a bag full of condoms because they know what they're going to do. They know what they're going there for. I mean, this is no secret. Guys do that. Yeah.
right.
Look, a pair of basketball shorts, some shoes, maybe a shirt, some jeans to change up out of, and 12 packs of Magnum. That's how we roll. Right. And then they out of them 24 condoms, they come home with 23. They wasn't using They wasn't using them. They used the first one, the rest is out the door. We don't want to say no names. We know some people that you know.
Damn.
I'm taking it off halfway through there.
That shit funny as hell, but it's true. It's true.
Man, I thought you was having a good time. You came back with all of these. I did. Might be somebody. I might have a little baseball player on the way. I don't know.
Right.
Wild work.
Damn it.
So he come back rubbing his stomach. Man, I ate good.
Yeah, yeah.
How many of them bitches you ate?
Hey, I'm gonna see y'all after I get back from this clinic. Yo, I'm gonna
Right,
tell you this.
right.
I had dudes tell me, I ain't gonna lie to you. There's so much stuff that happened that I've seen. There was a movement of dudes that would just pop what they call the Z pack, right? Everybody know what the Z pack is, right? So they would just be
Uh,
like, they would pop the Z packs and be like, I'm back in the game. This was happening in Medellin. I've never seen it anywhere except Medellin. And I'm like, bro, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. And these
They
were
only
not
wait for
regular
the test
women.
results. They're just like,
Yeah,
fuck.
they just whatever. Now that you got that what is it? All the prep and all that other shit that you could take just to,
Yeah.
not get it. Boy, you can't tell them boys nothing.
There's no guarantee. So let's educate. What is it? The whatever the pre-prep shit, right? So, guys, let's just slow down for a second and just say, look, I'm not a medical doctor. Barron's not a medical doctor. Bourne's not a medical doctor. While these are widely known medications that you can take as a preventative, it doesn't mean it's 100%. Okay, so there is still a percentage of people that whether you take it. So we're not advocating to just utilize reckless behavior. Go down there and take this preventative stuff or take the Z pack or whatever the fuck after the fact. And it's like, oh, it's guaranteed. We are not advocating that it won't happen to your ass. Because if it do, you fucking deserve it. Okay. We are not advocating for that. Now, we do know that throughout this space, there's common knowledge and discuss that you can take preventative medicines, you can take post medicines, but I don't know what the fuck it's going to do for you because I don't know what you raggedy motherfuckers' lifestyles or bodies or whatever the case may be. But nonetheless, you should be out there if you're exercising your adult proclivities. You should be covering up. You should be being very selective and careful in who you choose to engage with. If you choose to say, fuck you, you old motherfucker, fuck you, Baron, fuck you, Born, I'm not going to listen to you, fine. Do so at your own risk. But you're not going to come back and throw none of that shit on us. Again, the advice we give you is non-medical to the best of our knowledge, and God bless you. Go ahead, Baron.
Now,
there
Rico,
you go.
now to add another layer to that, right? Let's say this, right? There are a bunch of gringos traveling, knowing that they are sick and just you know what I mean? Because look, just think about it. You live in Detroit, Michigan, right? No girls, somebody know that you got something. Maybe your baby mother done cussed you out and told everybody. So your opportunity around that area is small. You go to another country, nobody knows you. The biggest facelift is a passport because you can go be who you want and what you want in these countries, and nobody can ever verify it, right? So a lot of guys are going to certain places knowing that they're sick because and giving it to these women. And that happened a lot in Medellin. That happens. I've never heard it in DR. I've never heard the story. I'm sure it happens, right? But I know in Colombia, when I first time I went to Colombia, I'm like, what? They let you do this? Like they do that? Get out of here. And I'm like, it was happening. And these women are not aware of like, yeah, I just met you. I don't really know you, but I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Do that. I'm pretty sure you guys know what I mean, right? So
Yeah.
you're letting these guys put their stuff wherever, you know what I'm saying? Wherever, shoot their bullets wherever you want it, wherever they want to, wherever they want to, and you're allowing that. You have no idea what you got. Then the next plane flies in, and you get one of those passport bros that fall in love with a 304, not really realizing that she's a 304. That's a job, brother. She's doing a good job. You fell in love, you did a good job. She did a good job.
And
And you pull the hat off. and you up in there. You just caught what that other man just gave her. So it's just like I've heard it. I've heard it. I've talked to the women that life devastated, crying. She can't work no more, and one of them actually went back to work. So y'all gotta be careful.
Yeah, I want to say that.
Yeah.
You pointed it out because I know in particular Colombia, me and a friend of mine were talking earlier, because they have a problem with the mayor of Medellin, and he talked about it.
About the increased rates of STDs over there, right?
Yeah, and because in particular, dudes, I remember having a discussion and arguing with some people where about in the space where they were trying to deny that like brothers wasn't indulging in fucking with the candy of the youngins.
Yeah, there's some brothers in that too. That's a fact.
Yes, and
But
that's
it's
what,
predominantly other people.
yes, and that was my whole point was like, why the fuck are y'all acting like it ain't motherfuckers that look like us that's indulging that got a sweet tooth for the youngsters?
Yeah, Miko Worldwide was doing that for a while in DR. Remember that?
Even setting him aside, I was like, in Colombia, there was a fucking rampant, and I'm like, and niggas was out there pushing, oh, that's just the white boys. I'm like, no, they ain't just the fucking white boys.
Nah.
It's brothers that's doing this shit. And the
but
shit,
remember the age of consent in Colombia is different than anywhere else.
but
right?
that ain't got nothing to do with here. Okay, because the age of consent could be, I don't give a fuck what the age of consent is in another country. In the US, it's 18, and we have extrajudicial, which means it applies to every fucking country you go to. So
they recently changed that law, Rico. They recently implemented that within the last 5 years, saying that you have to abide by the laws of the United States when traveling when it's dealing with
how much you want to bet it's been more than 5 years?
Nah.
Even if it's 5 years, even if it's 5 years, we need to tell motherfuckers, because I've argued with motherfuckers that told me, oh, the age of consent in Colombia is 14. I'm like, you take your ass over there to fucking Colombia doing that shit. Oh, but that's what they do in Colombia. I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't Colombian.
Yeah. Wait. The age of consent is 14?
Yeah, I think they either changed it.
Countries is different.
Yeah. They either changed it in Colombia or they're in the process of changing it to 18.
But my point is me telling people that if you were an American citizen, I don't give a fuck what country you go to. It's 18. So if you take your ass to the Middle East and they say, oh, it's 12 or 13 or 14. No, for you, it's 18. And if we find out that you're doing it in their country below 18, we're going to throw your ass in jail when you come back. That's what I've been trying to tell guys. But guys have argued with me. No, Rico, it's the laws of Mexico. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what Mexico says. It's what America says. We set it at 18. So if you sitting there thinking, oh, I'm going to leave America, I'm going to run to Mexico, and I'm going to go fuck with kids, let us find out. Let us find out so we can throw your ass under the jail. And I don't care if it's okay in Mexico. You ain't Mexican. We're just not going to do that. But guys have argued with me about it. And I'm like, no, it's called extrajudicial, where the State Department says American laws will apply to American citizens, even in foreign countries.
The law is called Crimes Against Minors Abroad, right?
Yes.
Well, that's what it's called, right? And it basically says for U.S. citizens traveling or living abroad, federal law prohibits activities with anyone under the age of 18, regardless of the local age of consent in the foreign country. This applies even if the foreign country has a lower age of consent. Violation can and will result in persecution in the United States.
That's it. That's called extrajudicial.
And you can find that, and I'll put the link right now for you guys to see that. Anybody wants to see that?
I could not believe. I was like, you motherfuckers need to stop traveling and telling people, oh, the law is like, so but my point was always this, right?
Hold on, Rick. Keep talking. I'm gonna show them too, so everybody can see this.
But my point was like, why the fuck are you arguing with me about it? Because why do you want to do it? Why do you want to do it?
There it is. U.S. citizens are subject to the country, subject to the laws of the foreign country. You could be persecuted in the United States for some acts committed overseas.
Yes.
The PROTECT Act, Protection of Children and S Predators Act, 1998. Yeah. This is 1998. It's a claim to. Hold on. Okay, that's a different one. So there's a few different acts here.
Yeah. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Oh no, Rico, you are right. This was in 2003. This passed in 2003.
I'm just telling you. I was just like, this shit's been around for a while, and I've had guys fighting me, and I'm like, I'm trying to educate your community to tell passport bros, you can't. You gotta, when you're in these other countries, you should be thinking like you're in the United States. Mm-hmm. So my whole point is, right? Okay. I don't even understand, right? I'm saying that like, I love my wife. I'm happily married, right? But if in fact I'm gonna decide at my old ass age, I'm gonna be out there in the streets, why am I looking at a bitch that look like she under 30, 35? Get your fucking ass away from me. Because I'm looking at a charge, right? Now at 30, 35, it's like, okay, all right, fucking know me, and I won't catch a charge, but I ain't gonna catch an underage charge. You know what I'm saying? It might be like,
what do you say? What do you say, Rico, to somebody that's between 30 and 50, that's dealing with somebody between 21 and 26?
You took what I always ask, what you know, literally, this is
what. Hold on, there's another additive, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
That has about 3 kids already.
Let me tell you this, Baron. The bottom line is, I tell a nigga point blank, if you keep fucking with the line gonna burn you and gonna bust you in the ass, and you deserve it. If he's an adult, though. I don't give a fuck. Excuse me. You think it is. You think it is. If you keep getting close to the fucking line, okay, you 25. Oh, I need that bitch around 19. Oh, why? Why you need that bitch around 19? Why you can't get that bitch that look like she 30? You 25. Fuck some older pussy. Whatever. Why do you feel like especially because it's so dangerous? I don't understand for the life of me. And then what we're getting is we're getting motherfuckers in their 60s fucking somebody underage. So that means you're 60, you're looking for somebody that's 18, 19 that looks that way, and then they end up being 16, 17. Why are you so close to that line? So even if you're 40, why are you looking at somebody that's that close to the line? If you're 40, look for a bitch that looks 30.
What happened to, I think it was earlier this century, that the age was, men were marrying women 15, 16, 17, 18. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, we ain't been in that age for about 100 fucking years. Why niggas keep bringing that shit up? Blows me away.
Oh no, I'm playing devil's advocate.
I'm telling you, devil's advocate.
You know what I'm saying? Salute JM in the building.
Okay. Boom.
Devil's advocate. What they would say. Now, me, I particularly I don't like to be dealing with anybody below a certain age. I have my criteria, right?
But Baron,
and it's nowhere near what we're talking about.
You're saying devil's advocate.
Yeah, for the people that say it's okay.
it ain't been that way for about 70 years.
Right,
So
earlier this century.
if you're in
Or
2025,
the previous century.
if you're in 2025 and you're still saying, "Oh, I want to get a bitch as close as I can to 18," and
That's
you're
different.
above 25, okay? So 18 is a cutoff, right? And you're 18 is a cutoff for legal.
Okay, for legal. But if the person's
And
25,
you are above 25 years of age. So from 18 to 25 is 7 years.
yeah, yep.
That's 7 years. That's almost a generation. So I'm gonna say if you up to 25, I'm gonna give you grace. Right? But now you're 35. Why the fuck you looking at somebody at 18? Because now you're 35. You're not 25, you're 35.
All right, let me give you an example.
Hey, give me an example.
35, dealing with an 18-year-old, 3 kids, was previously married, a police officer. Look, I'm giving you an example. 18-year-old has 3 kids, is a current police officer, has a job of authority in a position.
Who
Police
are you
officer,
talking about?
I'm talking about the female. I'm giving you her attributes.
Run it again.
Right?
No. The dude is 35.
18. The dude's 35. The female is 18. He has 3 children. He is a police officer for
Whoa. Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. You went too fast.
Yeah.
Go real
Okay.
slow.
Said the female. Said the
The
female.
The
is
female is
18.
18.
He has 3 children from
The
a previous
female
marriage,
has 3 kids.
from a previous situation.
Okay. The female
She is a
18
police
with
officer.
3 kids.
She is a police officer. She has a job. She is a current police officer.
Wait a minute. An 18-year-old police officer where?
You can do that. There's a lot of auxiliaries in Colombia.
I'm 10 with you. Slow down. She's 18. Right. She's the police officer. She's got 3 kids.
Right.
Okay.
You meet her. You start chopping it up with her. You go out with her on a date. You get to know her.
Now the dude
now
is
you
35.
Find out her.
The dude is 35.
You find out. You meet her. You spend time with her. You meet her family. The family gives a blessing. All that. What is the problem?
He's 35.
Mm-hmm. She's 18.
She's 18.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Gang of
got
kids.
3 kids.
Yep.
And
Lives by herself. Lives by herself.
Stop. He's a police officer. She's a police officer. I'm just gonna pretend. I'm pretending the same profession.
So this is an example. You know what I mean?
Right? Exactly. Right. You with me, Born?
I'm with you. We did.
Right. Now, the dude is 35. The chick is 18 with 3 kids. I'm like, okay, god damn. So when you say 18 with 3 kids, I'm like, bruh, you could have said 1 kid or no kid, but you take 2 of the kids out of it because that just makes it look super messy, right?
That's the norm in
I'm not saying it's not the norm.
I swear to God, I was getting ready to say, yeah, that's kind of
the norm, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not the norm, but I'm trying to.
It's just so normal. It's crazy.
But I'm just like, at 18 with 3 kids, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what she does. Everything else goes out the window. 18 with 3 kids, bitch, a hoe. Period.
But what if she was married?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I've met women that's 21, 22. Their boyfriend got, their baby daddy, their husband got murdered. I've seen it.
Baron, I don't give a fuck. She got 3
I
kids.
swear, Rico, Baron, I swear to God, I've seen it myself. Like I said, I was my ex was in Medellin. I was in the Santa Fe area. That's where she lived. But she owned her own business, and I've met Rico. I bullshit you not, my nigga. Like I swear to God, I've met females in situations just as you expounding on, explaining on, in the same situation. I bullshit, and I'm what? You was what? And he was what?
But Born, let me ask you a question. It is again the proposition that Baron gave me, and you get me, right? 18, 3 kids, was married, blah, 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 right? So I'm like, why the fuck would I marry her if a local won't? Because a local ain't gonna marry her.
They will.
No.
Of course they will.
No. 3 kids, 18. What fucking local won't come about and wife her up, Born?
Any man that deemed, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. No, Rico. I'm gonna let you answer your own question. I'm gonna tell you because we talked about this. So I'm gonna give Rico his shit. No, here we go, Rico. Let me see. Rico. All right, peep game, right? The same guys that would marry her would be the same guys that marry a female that's retired from the 304 game after taking 3,000 glizzies to the face. Same guy. What her kids and what she got, that don't matter. If she's bad enough and she fulfills something to that guy, he makes a connection with her, he's good. They're gonna go.
What
They're
we
gonna
call
marry.
that? What do we call that? We call that a what? A simp.
Well, I mean, I don't call it a simp.
See?
It depends. I don't call it. Look, Rico. Now, hold on. Here's the debate. Now, here's the debate, Rico. Now, here is where I fall off. Here is where I fall off from the narrative. The Godfather never said anything about a guy. He never said that. Y'all got to listen to him before y'all. He never said anything about men dating single mothers overseas or dating. He said,
what's the difference? He said single mothers.
He said, a man of means with no children taking on the responsibility of another woman's kids, he doesn't recommend that. Start your own legacy. Don't build on to somebody else's.
Well,
that's what he said. And y'all messed it up.
But see that.
Rest in peace,
there
Godfather.
you go, Born, right? And see, that's the bullshit, right? Y'all put the twist on overseas. I'm like, wait a minute. A single woman is a single woman. I don't give a fuck where she at. She could be here.
But the single man is the factor.
She could be here. She could be there. She's still a single woman.
A single mother.
And a single mother. So if right, single woman, single mother, whatever. So if that's the emphasis, how the fuck does a single mother over there be different than a single mother here? And again,
it's not different anywhere. He's just talking about a man that is a high value man.
And here's
that has not started his legacy, has not had any children, should not be looking for a single mother.
And which is fine. And my argument is, I'm the single mother's champ. I love them motherfuckers, right? But my whole fucking point is, it's like, and I don't give a fuck if they're here. Like, if you want to go get them overseas, fucking go do it, champ. Fuck that shit. Because the bottom line is they the same no matter what. But what you need to do is find out which one is going to pour into you, going to be best for you. You don't have to get a single mother here. You can get a single mother anywhere in the world. Okay. And I'm not even saying you should be looking for a single mother. I'm just sitting there saying is get what makes you happy. I don't care where. But if I'm going to do it over there, stop talking shit about the ones here.
But you gotta mention, your statement, while is partially correct, your statement is based on a broad understanding of a man shouldn't be seeking a single mom because that's a problem. That was not the issue.
Anywhere.
That was anywhere. It doesn't matter where.
Anywhere.
The statement where people have taken Kevin Samuel's words the wrong way is a man that has dedicated his life to his studies, his education, and then his career to amass a wealth that has no children at that point should not be checking for any woman or should not be dealing with a woman that has an already made family from another guy's responsibility. Most men that are affluent and have most men that are affluent and have great means and have worked hard to get to that level and is in a position now to start a family would prefer to start a family with someone who does not have children. That's what
Agreed.
Kevin said. Everybody took it out of context, saying Kevin saying don't date single women. That's not it. If I got kids, if a man has children already, who in the right mind, and this is probably they probably think Kevin's crazy, would say to a man, you should, hey, bro, I know you got 5 kids, but you shouldn't be dealing with single moms. That's crazy.
Right.
And that's not what Kevin was saying.
I agree with that because I was a single father. And like I told you guys, when I was raising my 2 oldest sons on my own, when I got married for the second time, I specifically only dated women with children because I was already a single father. So I tell men that, like, I'm like, if you are a single father raising your children, so God, I'm like, no, nigga, I don't mean you got them for the weekend. I mean, you're raising them. Then you only need to be dating women with children. Because if you date a woman without, I tried as a single father with no kids to date women with kids with no kids. They was like, nah. They was like, ain't got time for you and your kids. They didn't. And I understood that. It's like, well, what the fuck, you know? But then once I started dating women with children, then the responses was different. So I think that's what I think is the problem with the dating aspect altogether is people date and they don't like the result. So like somebody could be like, I got kids, but everybody I'm trying to date don't have kids. I'm like, well, people without kids, they different. They don't have the same situation you got. When you
I also think that women that don't have kids shouldn't be dealing with men that have kids. I don't think that should.
But what I'm saying is,
it's cool for me.
But here's the thing: when I was a single dad, right? I was shooting my shot at women with no kids.
Oh, we gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
Right. So some of them tried to date me. Man, it was terrible. It was horrible because it just didn't work. But every time I dated somebody who had kids, it was a better understanding.
Right.
So then you're right. Because what happened was, I think with this is what I think was the dynamic was. I was on the dating app, right? Okay, Cupid, Plenty of Fish.
You was out in them streets like that, Rico?
Oh, hell yeah. I was in them. I was in
Rico.
I was in Tagged.
Hold on, Rico.
What other
you wasn't that dude that they
I was in all them motherfuckers, right?
You wasn't that dude that they said was the girl said they always send them D pics and
I sent a few. So I was in them streets. I'm telling you, right? So that's why I said this shit. People ask me like you don't know about dating. Like, nigga, I was out there, right? But I was on Tagged. I met my wife on OK Cupid, Tag. And here's the thing I'm gonna tell you, right? This is the funny thing about this. As a black man, you're gonna do better on the free sites. Cause niggas don't be signing up on the pay sites. Cause like pay sites would be like not Christian Single. What was the one that was real big? But you had to pay. Look, I'm not paying no motherfucking $30 a month for some shit like that. So the free ones was like Plenty of Fish. OK Cupid was free. Tag was free. For a long time, you had all kinds of these dating websites. So people like, I remember like Black Planet for a long time. You put your picture and all that shit up there, like,
that was the joint.
Jerry curling shit,
yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Rico, you wasn't on Mi Gente?
No, I wasn't on that one.
Mi Gente was the Latin Black Planet. They were made by the same company. So it was a Spanish one called Mi Gente.
I would have been.
That was it MySpace
the
days.
new one.
Yeah,
the new one is Crespa. I think it's Crespa, something like that.
I missed all
we gonna have to see what's
See,
Yeah,
I didn't
man.
know about them, right? So I got on all the ones I knew about. So, damn, I fucking missed out then.
Mi Gente was popping, boy. I'm telling you, Mi
Yeah,
Gente. I'm glad y'all wasn't on there because I was doing well with Mi Gente, bro. I was
you're right. See, no, and that's what
doing
I'm saying.
well.
Like the word was out there,
Run it through.
and that was
Hmm.
all. And you look. Here's the real thing, right, Baron, and you know this too, Boy. That was I tell my father like, nigga, that was the dial-up days. When I was on
Yeah.
that shit, they were fuck you,
Yeah.
motherfuckers, right? So that was
Like,
the dial-up shit. So it was hard, you know. So it's like, look, I get 1 or 2 messages off a night, and then you gotta wait till the next day to get a fucking hit. Cause it's not like it is now. I said, you motherfuckers do that shit from your phone. We didn't have that fucking convenience. So I gotta really shoot my shit in this message, send that shit on through, and hope it makes some sort of motion and get a response back. And it was just, you know, it was good. I enjoyed it, but I always tell people, like, you know, when guys be complaining about shit, I'm like, man, look, it's just shit is just different. It's not going
Hey, so yeah.
go ahead.
Hey, so now, mind you, I know that you know all three of us on this panel are more traditionalists. I can just tell by just listening. We're more traditionalists, you know, meeting females in person, conversating. Yeah, but the first time I was introduced to the apps, I bullshit you not, right? Because I'm a contractor. I've been working for the DoD for about a good 20 years, right? So back in I think it was 2012, 2013, a good buddy of mine, a Latin brother, right? It was like, yo, so I'm like, damn, man, you know, we talking, you know, like, damn, you know, out here in this dust bucket, man, ain't no female, da, 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 da. And he's, you know, he was like, bro, what? You don't know? I was like, well, I don't know what. He said, bro, you need to get on these apps. I said, the apps. I was like, man, and I had one of those phones, those Japanese, where you had dual SIM starts and shit like that. You know, the shit barely worked and shit. That, yes, but he was just talking about the apps, and this is when, like, you know, the uprise of the apps was came through. I don't know if it was iPhone 1, 2, 3, but like I said, I had one of those. I came from I think a Nokia flip phone to one of those Chinese ass phones and shit. But anyway, so I had landed on I think brother I think you said it was Tag. I think Tag was one of my first joints, right? I'm overseas, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I get on the app and shit, you know what I'm saying? And you know, first found my first couple of catfishes, obviously. You know what I'm saying? And uh but most to me, I think if I went from Tag to I don't know if it was Tinder, some one of them, but it was a
Match.com.
female. No, not Match. I know a Match. I know what you're talking about. I know a Match, but I went on there, signed up, but I never found nothing from there, right? But I was on one, and it was it was a chick. Anyway, she was bad. She was like, I seen the pictures, you know, real
Was it
calm
Badu?
chick. Badu, God damn it, motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was. Because I went from the Tag to the Badu straight. And so, and I bullshit you not, I was in Dubai. It's just real shit. I was in Dubai at this point. And she was a catfish. But the catfish actually turned out to be a snapper. She was a lot better than the fucking chick. She was a lot better than the chick on the picture. bullshit you not. A Nigerian chick, big, ridiculous fat ass. I'm talking about pretty face, had a little makeup, but ridiculous fat ass, titties nice. Wow. I'm like, she got, and then so my taxi's there. I'm out the car. She's walking up. And I'm like, damn. Like, so she gets closer. Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say back then. Look, this is the part that got me. Is back then, the catfishes was like on 100 because
Yeah.
everything was about just like relying on a picture, right? So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
now, that's why I like it for me. I struggle a little bit, and I'd be like, "Fuck these YNs," because I'm like, y'all don't get catfish like we used to. Because see, like right
Yeah.
now, right, if a YN hit a chick, right, and the chick hit him back, I was like, y'all gonna automatically fucking do a FaceTime within the next 24 hours.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like you gonna actually do a real lot. Like we didn't have that ability to do a FaceTime.
Hey,
So
Rico, check this out. Rico, check this out, right? Let me let it play. So I'm outside the taxi. She's walking up. I'm like, God, this is crazy. Like, it looked like a BLB, but I mean, not a BLB, but a BBL. But her
she look
thighs,
like
by the
Barry.
thighs. No, no, no,
That's
no,
a
no, no.
that's a
No.
She
that's a
got
that's a
everything.
that's
Nah.
a ugly shorty. I'm gonna tell y'all that.
Right. No,
Look
no,
at
no.
bitch.
But her ass and the thigh ratio
Oh
was,
man,
like, now if y'all been abroad, right? Y'all seen the Ethiopians, and it like, yo, they
Yeah, they
got
bottom heavy.
damn. But the chick was Nigerian, family. She was Nigerian. And she
Yeah, they
she was
bottom heavy
bad
too.
than the motherfucker. I'm like, I'm asking myself before we get in the tackle, bitch, why you just didn't use regular pictures? You know what
Right.
I'm saying? I'm like, damn, you bad than a motherfucker, right? So, I get up, boom, hug her. She had some bright fluorescent orange on or some shit like that. Get in the taxi. So I asked her, I'm in the taxi. I'm like, damn, you different than your pictures. And she was like, yeah, she kind of trying to hide her face a little bit. But I'm like, nah, hey, look, I know you. And I told her, out front, I'm like, yo, I know you're not the chick on your pictures. You better, you a lot better than that, so don't worry. Yeah, I'm saying? She was like, boom, open up. Yeah, I mean, so we go to a little bar that was around the hotel that I had in the Dubai and shit.
Mhm.
And I was in Dara. If anybody knows Dubai, it's in Dara. And that's kind of like the I don't want to say the poorer section, because I told y'all how I met the 5 females in Jumeirah. Jumeirah is it's an upscale part of Dubai, right? It's like, like when pilots and fucking businessmen go out there to, what I mean, the Mac and whatever. But anyway, so Dara is like a little poor part of Dubai. Right? And so anyway, we had a ball over there. And I'm like, damn. And this bitch is bad than a motherfucker. I'm like, so what? And I asked, I said, yo, and I was telling her in the taxi, I'm like, why you should have put your own pictures on there. You look bad. And she told me, yeah, well, I overstayed my visa and I don't want to put my picture out there. Da, 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 da. I'm like, okay, well, shit. I ain't got shit to do with me. But anyway, we on to the next, right? So boom, we at the bar. And we talking, boom, chopping it up. And so I'm like, all right, boom. And lo and behold, we bring a bottle from the bar that we had. I bought a bottle from the bar, boom, took it back up to and I was at the motherfucking um Radisson Blue. It's the Radisson Blue. Y'all look it up. It's on. Y'all can Google it. I was at the Radisson Blue. Boom. Took it upstairs. You know what I mean? Me and Shorty up there, boom, she dancing, she throwing a little Nigerian African tunes or whatever. Boom, we dancing. Ah, I'm like, she's like, you like this music? I'm like, I love it. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Just, bring that shit in. So boom, we, get to the, rumbling and grumbling. Boom, woke up. And she talking about yeah, she trying to get me to, go another round. And mind you, that liquor done had now. Listen, I'm 49, right? I'm 49. Now, at this time, alcohol it was cool with me, you know what I mean? But I don't know that liquor dick effect, you know what I mean? Like boom. So I'm drilling. It took me a good while to go ahead and pop. You know what I'm saying? Let me get that clear. Took me a good while to pop, right? So anyway, I pop, boom. Long story short, wake up, boom. He like, yeah, you ready to go again? Yeah, I'm ready to go again. Boom. So I'm ready, set, shot, boom, pop. And I said, so this your first time on the apps? She was like, yeah, it's my first time on the apps. I'm like, okay, boom. So she gets the shit, like, all right, boom, later, we're gonna talk later. All right, boom. I'm back on the app looking, looking
That's
for
what I'm.
some
That's what I'm
bullshit.
thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm
Yeah,
back on the app looking, bro. I
yeah.
bullshit you not. So I circle back. I circle back to not Badu, but Tagged, and I bullshit not. The same bitch is on the goddamn act of Tag too. She's on that same
Yeah,
motherfucker.
that sound about right. That sound about
Same.
right. That sound about right.
Look, boy, don't feel bad. Look, that's how they was back in the day. They
Yeah, man.
the fucked up part I remember about Tag was different, right? Like I don't know. Plenty of Fish was the first one I can remember where you send a bitch
Plenty
a
of fish.
message and
Yeah.
then you would have a connection. Tagged was like the shit would just kept like a deck of cards, right? So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I might click on a bitch, say I like her, right? And it would let her
Mhm.
know I liked her, but then the shit would like fucking disappear for about 3 weeks and shit, right? It was just like,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
what the fuck? The tag was like once you tag a bitch, you had to like, I guess, wait for her to tag your ass back. So like
Yeah.
she would come up in your deck of cards and be like, okay, I picked the ace of spades. And they reshuffle the fucking deck, right? And you never see the bitch again, right? You would never
Mhm.
see her again unless you showed up in her deck and she picked your ass.
Right. Right.
Tag was like the most fucked up dating app there was. It was literally like it was TAGGED Tag. So it's like,
Yep.
how the fuck do you do this to? And it was free. So you really couldn't come. Well, like this. I never paid for it. I don't know if it had a pay feature or not.
Nah, I never paid for it. Nah.
Yeah, I
Nah.
don't think it had a pay feature. So that was how this stupid dating app went, was like, if I tag on you, then it disappeared until the person I tagged on. So if somebody tagged on me, until it showed up to me and I tagged, you don't make the connection until both people tag on the same shit.
Right.
And this shit was wildly random. And it'd be like hundreds of thousands of people. And it's just like, so you would be like all fucking day tagging on motherfuckers, hoping, and that now, and it was unlike the other apps. You can tell me, Born, if you can remember it, was like, I don't think you could pick an area, because I remember tagging on motherfuckers that lived in Oklahoma. I was like,
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it was everywhere. I don't think it was an area.
yeah,
It was
so you
everywhere.
wasn't
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
like
It had to be.
tagging
It had to
motherfuckers in your
be everywhere.
geographic
Yeah.
area. Yeah, you were tagging on motherfuckers that was like everywhere. So I'm
Yeah.
tagging on fat white bitches. I'm like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I'm just I'm not gonna lie about the shit.
That was your number one. That was your number one goal, wasn't it?
I like
It was. They was gonna
Machine
go
Gun
for sure.
Rico. Right? I'm just like, it was. This shit was just like wild. And I try to tell the young folks, I'm like, so when we look at it like the YN alphas, right? Like, y'all ain't gotta go through that shit. Y'all get that literally pick a specified app. The shit nowadays, right, Born? You niggas is fucking bitches on your block. I was struggling to find bitches in my city. But y'all, I mean, the shit nowadays is like, it's so refined. Like, y'all motherfuckers got a map. And I think like now you click on the app, it'd be like, oh, within 5 miles. I'm like, within 5 miles? I was clicking on within the United States. Anywhere in the fucking country.
And I remember driving from Boston to this place called Holton, Maine, bro, for that and them apps back in the day.
Yeah.
That was a 7-hour drive, bro.
Finding the bitch in the country. They fucking bitches like, oh, okay, I can get some pussy within the next block. And crying
but it's not
about
guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, Rico, and that's the problem.
But I'm saying at least, literally at least if you say, okay, I'm going to go into an app and I want to keep it within a centralized location, I can keep within a 20-block radius. I could, on tag, no, United States. That meant the whole fucking country.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, I was talking to bitches all over the country. On dial-up. Right?
So what's your solution to this? What's going on now? Because it's not as you think, where it's just, and you know what I'm saying? Here's what I say. For people that are in relationships now, and I remember talking to one of my homeboys, my best friend, one of my best friends, right? He just got a divorce. And I was telling him, bro, the landscape is so different than it was when we was teenagers. Like when we was younger, me, him, and my other homie, my other best friend, we used to be good. Like we could, we throw parties, everybody's over there. It's a different ball game. So thinking that you're gonna meet somebody, on those apps or something, you can swipe all day. And the data has actually been leaked where 20% of the top 20% of men are getting 80% of the women.
Is that so your man who got divorced?
Yeah.
Right. So just recently got divorced. What the fuck does he think is out there?
He knows that women's out there. He didn't realize that the mentality of these women changed a lot. So it isn't like, let's go out on a date. It's let's go. Yeah, we can go out on a date, but it got to be here.
Yeah, because it's plenty. I was sitting there and telling him, like, it's plenty shit. It's 100 million times piece of the ass out there. But what do you got to do for it?
That's the problem.
Right.
So if we go back to the statistics that was given before, the 1 of 5, the 20%. If I go out on 5 days just to get that 20%, I'm out probably $1,500.
Right. So this is how I'll sit there and tell you. Like, remember I told you, we had the conversation. We were on here the other day, and I told you, like, for a period of time, like after I went through my second divorce, I was just out there in the streets, and I was out there doing them Diddy parties. Minus Diddy.
I hope not. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, I'm telling you, I'm telling you that, right?
Yeah, the lifestyle.
Yeah, it's some real shit, right?
And
I'm like, that shit is real still today, right? So I was out there doing them Diddy parties without Diddy.
You don't know, boy. So Rico currently got husbands looking for him. I'm gonna tell you that.
I ain't they ain't
Oh,
looking at me.
man.
Fuck that. Nigga,
You on the
if
run.
you ain't had your bitch in check, that's on you. You're looking for me and about 8 other motherfuckers because I was with a gang. I wasn't by myself. It was a gang of us.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it was
Go
a gang.
ahead, Rico.
It was a
Leave Rico
gang.
alone. You shouldn't want her back after that, bro.
You shouldn't.
Nah.
But what I'm sitting there saying is, so I would say, but that was, be honest with you, that was a good period for me because it was like for me to get that extra whole shit out my system. Because I was just like,
Yeah.
I went through a period where it was like, I was like, man, fuck a bitch. I I wasn't trying to hurt nobody, but literally, I was like, anybody I met, like, we gonna fuck and you gonna get out my face or not. So I was like real courts anyway. So I was either gonna do that or I wasn't gonna fuck. Cause wasn't no woman gonna sit there and put up, because I was like really, like I was like, I had been divorced, I was still hurt. I was like, I didn't like women, right? So I was very misogynistic at that point. And I was misogynistic to the point where I didn't see women as anything other than in that moment for sexual release. So when I ended up doing what I was doing in this lifestyle for about 4 or 5 years, it was perfect for me because it was like, I don't see him as anything else. And I was dealing with a bunch of people who were sexual deviants. So I was like, shit, I'm a sexual deviant too. Fuck it. So that worked out. And I don't recommend anybody, because I'll be honest with you, I think in a lot of ways I walked out of there damaged because of that. Because I was I'll say that, like, I had struggled with working back to the place of learning intimacy again.
Trusting the woman again. I got you.
Yeah, when you're into that shit, you ain't no fucking intimacy. You're like, man, fuck this shit. You know, just like
Right.
And I can think about it in my head. I'm like, shit, that shit was fun, right? But it's so cold. So I got back into it, and where I came back to a space where like I'm tired of feeling empty. I'm tired of feeling used. I'm tired of it. Because basically, I became like a bitch. I realized like these motherfuckers used me, and they did. But I allowed myself to be used. They didn't do it without my permission.
Right.
And that was the coming together in the conversation. And I was like, no, I want something real. I want this, I want that. Because all the shit I was doing, none of them wanted a relationship with me, but I wanted a relationship. So I had to come out of that space. So I came out of that space, and I started dating. And that was, like I said, I was on the Tagged. I was on the OK Cupid. I was on a Plenty of Fish. You know about that? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, exactly, right?
Oh yeah.
So
oh yeah. POF.
Yeah, POF. I was on all that. And somewhere along the line, it was weird because it's funny because me and my wife, we laugh about it. And I get so fucking mad because she just pissed me off. I actually ended up, the funny thing about it was I never knew anything about OK Cupid except a lawyer where I worked at told me about it. Because I was on Tag, I was on Plenty of Fish, I was on Black Planet, I was like on 2 other ones. And he kept looking. He seen me on it one day. I don't know what. One day he walked in my office and he seen me on it. And it was like, why you on those? And I was like, I don't fucking know. I was on them because they were free. They were free and they were, they were cheap and they were free. And he said, try this website. And he did. And I went on that. And Because I didn't get off of none of the other ones. I just added another one. Like, okay, here's number 6. And I got on that, and I saw a couple of people I like. And the funny thing about it is, like, even when I was on that website, if you're on Plenty of Fish, I seen some of the same people on Plenty of Fish that was on. You see people that would cross. Like, I was even on multiple sites. So I was on Black Planet, Plenty of Fish, Tag. I was on like all of them. So when you would see people, they would be on all of them. So when I went on to OkCupid, I went on and I tagged, and like, I think they had a I don't know what their little tickler system was, like a little tickler. And I had went on and had ticklered to my wife, and she tickled me back, but then she was fucking weird at the time. You know, she was doing the whole fucking tickle me back. I don't hear nothing for like fucking 2 weeks. You know, that type of shit. So I was like, all right, fuck it. You know, I'm gonna go back to my hoes, right? So that's all I was doing. I was just going that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then it just eventually just evolved into she finally hit me back, sent me her number. I called her, and then we just from the first time we met up for a coffee date at Starbucks. And the shit just grew from there. But prior to that, all the way up until leading to that, because at the same time I was like back and forth, like messaging her, I was still doing the shit I was doing. You know, still doing my parties, POF, just because there was no reason for me not to.
So what do you tell these boys nowadays? How do you direct these guys
I'm telling
to
them to
date?
do your
If
shit.
if you do not see any problem with the other side, how do you tell these guys to get
Do
into a
your
relationship
shit.
or court women?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the crazy thing about Baron, right? Damn, I wish I could call. He probably sleep because he work at night. I would call my son right now and tell him to join this fucking live. And he'll tell you, he's slaying them. This is the part that gets me, right? You know, motherfuckers always talk about, like, in Houston. He's like, Dad, I go down to Houston, I'm killing them. He ain't paying nothing. He's slaying the fuck out of them. But you know, the narrative that they're saying is like, and it's like, because I asked him, I'm like, Anthony, what you like? He's like, Papa ain't paying nothing. He's like, I was like, would you get a girlfriend? And he's like, about 4 or 5 of them. And it he's from up here in Maryland. He's like, I'm going down there in September. Like 4 or 5 of them, just like running through them. We partying, we clubbing, we this, we that. Boom, 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 boom. But what I realized too, this is the one thing I did realize, right? Remember how you said, Baron, you're from up there in Beantown, and you motherfuckers used to come down here to Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this is what I don't understand, right? Like, because I always sit there and I listen, like, I heard all these guys talk about, like, oh, all the women in Houston said whatever. And I was like, I never heard nothing about. What I'm realizing is, just like you said, when you guys came from Beantown and you guys came down to DC, y'all had no problem, right?
No, because we're from out of town.
But exactly. But you would have a harder problem back home than you would, because the familiarity. So I said, I was like, so the same way if a bunch of dudes from DC went up to Beantown and all the shit that y'all thought, all these bitches up here ain't shit, they wouldn't have the same problems y'all have. So what I was realizing, right, or not at the same degree, because what I was realizing was, and I thought back on it, was the girls, when out-of-towners came in and they were seen as out-of-towners, they were seen as new, exciting. for some reason they wouldn't give them the same level of shit as they would you. I know your motherfucking, I know your lying ass. They don't know my lying ass. They know your lying ass. So I could go spit the same bullshit that you was spitting. My shit is more believable than yours. Why? Because they don't know this pretty face. They know your lying ass. And I started thinking about that. And I said, that's what I think is, you was asking me, is a lot of the problem is, you know, the best advice I could give a young man is like, if your game is run dry where you are, go find new fertile ground.
Lies the passport bros, brother. You just met. Thank you. You just did it.
Which is right. But again, there it is.
Now Rico's famous for saying, "Why you gotta go over there when there's women here?" You said that.
No. What I said was,
I seen you on Peso. You said that.
Listen. What I said was, if you want to go over there, go. Stop shitting on the ones where you left. The same thing you said, motherfucker.
Yeah, fair. I agree.
Same thing. Just go. So if I'm gonna leave from here because I'm gonna run to the Bean to get me some trim, I ain't shitting on these bitches back here. I'm gonna leave them for you to come and get. I'm going up here. I'm gonna get me some trim. I ain't got to shit on them because these bitches, these some good bitches back here. They just won't give me none. I'm going where I can get some.
Brother said these some good bitches back here, but they don't give me that.
They just won't give me none. I'm gonna go get me somewhere I can get me some.
Yeah.
And now, for the most part, I'm gonna be mad if I got to leave to go get some, because I'm gonna think what's wrong with me. Because usually my thing is like, hey, look, I got a good enough mouth game. I can get me some here. I ain't got to travel. But if I got to travel, I got to travel. But that's all I'm sitting there saying. And my thing is, those guys just sat there and it wouldn't bother me as much. Remember I told you about the dude Primo, right? He did the video in particular, not even so much Primo, but the guy, your boy Tick. He did a satirical. Have you ever watched him? Your boy Tick?
Check or Primo?
No, the guy. I'm gonna send you it. Share it with Born. And if you don't fucking fall out dying laughing to his fucking content, something wrong with you. Because he does, his whole channel is making parodies. And in particular about the hot boys. So when you say the passport bros, are you including NYC?
Oh, that's worldwide. That's a worldwide movement.
Oh, okay. So you including NYC to the future.
Oh, I don't know how. Somebody told me about him. I don't know. I don't know any of his.
I know.
Yeah. See, you see.
I know his channel. I know his channel, but I don't know the video you
I don't know none of it. I don't even know who he is. I don't know what he looked like.
If you're sitting there saying, okay, and I know that you sat there and you say, oh, but Rico, I'm like, yeah, this is why I go after the passport bros. So I'm gonna show you some examples. And when you look at this shit and you tell me like, oh, okay, this is okay. Because this behavior that these motherfuckers is doing, bro, if you don't walk away, no, I'm gonna shut up. Just watch it. and then you tell me what your feeling is after you watch the content about the constant, incessant, again, come on, everybody gonna act like they want to know about the J Rello, all the begging, and the dirty paperwork he got.
What's that mean?
J Rello,
I don't know. I don't know. This
J
is all
Rello
news to
got
me.
dirty paperwork for him sitting there essaying a woman.
Oh, word? In the States?
That nigga did time for it.
I don't know none of this is all new to me. I swear to God on my
J
kid.
Rello did time for it, Baron.
I didn't know that.
J Rello got dirty paperwork.
Mm.
He set a
I didn't
woman
know
up and essayed a woman, a black woman, in the States.
Jesus.
Yeah, J Rello did that.
Somebody put the paperwork out?
Nigga, we did a whole live on the paperwork.
I
Everybody
didn't see it, bro. I'm telling you, I didn't see it, bro.
Everybody.
I wish I would
I
have
heard
seen it.
about it. I heard about it, but I ain't seen it though.
I'm not
Oh, man.
judging you. I'm just telling you. I'm gonna get that to you. Yeah, he got J Rello got dirty paperwork on him.
That's tough, bro.
Yeah, so you can ask Big J. Big J will tell you I'm not lying about it. J Rello is a shit. He should be on somebody's registry somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
He's on bread, bro. That's wild work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not making it up to be salacious or anything. And that's why I say, like, in these spaces, people act like, I'm like, no, it just, these motherfuckers is, I'm not gonna put that on NYC. I mean, he's a creepy ass motherfucker. He probably will be it, but at some point. You got TMI out here telling motherfuckers to be the no condom gang. Oh, you don't know about that either?
I do. That I know.
Okay. You got my man Giamma. I love him to death, but I'm like that little goofball motherfucker out here. He raw dogging bitches. He got the it's crazy, man. It's insane. Then you got your man, Big Boss up in Oakland, sitting there exploiting the motherfucking homeless woman who's mad running from me. I'm like, nigga, you exploited a homeless woman, a homeless black woman in Brazil, you piece of shit. And you thought it was funny that you said they exploited her and fucked her for $4. That's not cute. You think it's funny. It's not. All I want that nigga to do is say, look, man, I was out of pocket. I was wrong. I apologize. But you refuse to do that. What do? You lean into a big boss. All I'm going to pay is for. Like, you's a piece of shit. Nigga, I want you to say I'm sorry. That's it. And then we done with it.
To the public or to her?
Shit, he'll never meet her again. But nigga, say it to the public. Because guess what? What will live forever online? Her face, because her face is still on the fucking video.
He's a pastor.
He was? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's a pastor.
He used to be a pastor.
No.
He started backsliding.
He took advantage and exploited a homeless black Brazilian woman for $4 that was fucking hungry. Wanted something to eat. And he sexually exploited her and essayed her for $4 fucking to suck his fucking dirty dick uncovered. Because this motherfucker refuses to wear a fucking condom. And flex about being a fucking no condom gang motherfucker. Piece of shit. I hope it's infested dick fall off, motherfucker. I'm not making it up. I didn't say it.
Oh,
He said
man.
it. Did I say it or did he
That's
say it?
right.
Rico, he about the pressure. You better chill out, bro.
That nigga
You know,
he ain't got enough pressure for me.
he West Coast. He West Coast,
Good.
bro.
I'm looking for that nigga.
He from Oakland, bro. You know how them Oakland dudes get down, bro. You have to be
Yeah.
careful what you say to people, man.
Okay. Fuck that nigga. Fuck him.
Send out your address, Rico. Send out your address.
307 no point.
No,
No, man. No.
Fuck that nigga.
He's fucking with you, bro.
Because he's wildly disrespectful because
Oh,
he
man.
jumped out the fucking window. And I ain't got no motherfucking fear because every time I motherfucker, I walk with angels. I tell a motherfucker all the time, I walk with angels. You know, I always tell a motherfucker point blank, Baron, I don't worry about it because I'm loved. It's not because I'm no bad motherfucker. I tell motherfucker like, anybody can whoop my ass. You are born, y'all smack me, I'm gonna fall like a bitch. And you know what I'm sitting there and tell them? And that's the beginning, not the end. Because what I always tell everybody, like, I could jump on your fucking head. Then I got to worry about who loves you. I could fuck you up and kill you. Now I got to worry about who loves you. That's the motherfucker I'm worried about. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about who loves you.
Rico, I don't want no smoke from nobody, so please.
I don't want it from nobody either, but I'm just sitting there saying, literally, BMT got mad at me because I kept calling his app nigga tender. Because it is. It's nigga tender. Right? And he got mad. So what did he say he gonna do? Right? I was like, man, come on, that's just some nigga tender, right? First thing he did was jumped up on the channel and said, I smack your ass when I see you. I was like, what? I was like, I got 5 sons. Which one you gonna smack? I smack you and all 5 of your sons. Oh, okay, good. So now I played it for him. See that nigga right there? He said he gonna smack the shit out of me or you when he see us. We looking for you. That's it. Because I take threats very seriously. I never.
As you should.
I just said, all I said was, your app is nigga tender. Because basically what he did was he built an app, Passport Bro app, which is he's encouraging niggas to pay for the app to figure out when they go to what country to buy whores. The apps don't offer you nothing else. Thailand, Brazil, Colombia, DR. Best, because what did I sit there and say? What country you travel to the most, Baron?
Between Ecuador, Colombia, and DR.
Okay, who's the president of Ecuador?
I don't know.
Exactly. Who's the president of DR?
Abinader.
Okay. Who's the president? What other country? Colombia.
Lulu. I think his name is. He just had a beef with Trump over the tariffs.
You think? See what I'm saying?
Oh,
hold on. Again, right now you got 2 out of 3. I'm not sure if you got 2 out of 3, but I'm saying 1.5.
Petro, my bad. It's not Lulu, it's Petro. Lulu was the president of Brazil.
There you go. So you got 1 out of 3. Okay.
No, Maduro.
No,
that's Venezuela.
No,
that's Venezuela.
Okay, but stop.
My bad.
But stop.
Those are the ops.
So stop. You got 1 out of 3. Here's my whole point. How the fuck you gonna sell me consultations?
Exactly.
So my whole point is, if you had nigga tender, why the fuck am I paying you if you only know 1 out of 3 presidents? That's my question. So my whole pressure to him wasn't about. He got mad because I called a nigga tender. I'm like, nigga, fucking flesh your fucking app. You've been selling this shit for 2-3 years. And if I ask you about something as simple as that, you don't have the fucking answer. But you gonna come up here on motherfucking white man's YouTube and tell me you gonna smack me and my sons. We gonna see you, nigga. and you're gonna have to fucking goddamn back that up.
We can set it up. Y'all want to do a boxing match? I'll set it up.
Oh, we ain't boxing.
Oh man.
Because he's gonna smack me. He gonna smack me. He gonna smack my sons.
Oh man. Y'all gotta be peaceful. Peace, love, and happiness.
It's gonna be exactly what he said it's gonna be. All I'm sitting there saying is, and we do the boxing match too. But the bottom line is, you said you're gonna smack me. I tell a motherfucker all the time, I'm a 61-year-old man. You can whoop my ass. You won't walk away unscathed. I promise you that. But if you think you're gonna smack one of my youngins, you ain't walking away, period. But that's all I'm saying is that all I questioned was why are you selling this shit to young men? Because I don't want it to be sold to you, Born, or to you, Baron. Why are you sitting there going to him and taking his money? And when I asked you what's the president of the fucking country, if I say who's the president of the Thailand? Who's the president of Thailand, Baron?
Not the president. It's like a king or something like that.
And
I've never been to Thailand, so I can't tell you.
And in addition, there's a prime minister. Who is it? See how that shit works? There's a king of England, but there's also
a woman. The prime minister is a woman.
Don't tell me it's a woman. Who? I didn't ask you what the gender was. I said who. If you are selling me a consultation to a country, shouldn't he know the basic information like that, Born?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be sufficient enough to.
So
if you wanted to invest, yeah.
Right. So if I came to you and said, okay, who's the president of America? Who's the goddamn the senator of your state? Who's the, you know what I'm saying? You should be able to tell me that shit, right?
They have a prime minister and they have a king.
Donald Trump is the president. J.D. Vance is the vice president. Mike Johnson is the fucking speaker of the state. Motherfucking I need, if I'm selling this bullshit to you about America, anybody want a consultation on America, I should be qualified to teach them basic shit. Let me tell you about, okay, we have a president, we got a Supreme Court, we have secretary, we got a House, we got a Senate. I should be able to tell them all this shit. What I'm saying is you got a bunch of uneducated motherfuckers that if I come to you and I want to buy a consultation in you about anything and I ask you about some basic shit and you stumbling or don't know, what does that mean? Because the only thing these niggas gonna tell you is what? How to buy pussy. Right or wrong?
Do you have the app though?
The nigga Tinder?
Yeah, can you download the app, brother?
Tinder.
Can you download the app and let us know?
I'm downloading that shit if my life depended on it.
Rico, I know you got a. You was one of the first members, though.
I don't want nothing to do with nigga Tinder.
Rico, it is a 4 out of 5 under reviews, Rico, and it says tried several times to upload photos and it didn't work. Why you got to upload photos? That's weird. The recommendations are on point. Definitely must have a have for passport.
There you go.
Oh man.
There you go. There you.
Hey, Rico, is this your you gave a rating, the best app ever? Is that what you did? That you got ratings? Let me show you. I'm not kidding. I'm sure. Let me show y'all the ratings. We back it up. We back it up with the evidence. We look at the Passport Bros app. Look, it got great ratings. Got some great ratings over there, fellas. And the Apple Store. I don't know if they got it for do they got it for Android users? Because I'm an Android guy. Oh yeah, they do. They do. So on Google, let's see the rating. Oh, it's got out of 27 people,
Right.
Okay,
27 people.
let's see what the photos look like. It's a
Right.
dude. I don't know. Oh, it's a bunch of shorties. Nice.
Right.
Meet with fellow members.
I told
Nice.
you, nigga tender.
You could join the private groups too.
I
You in them groups, ain't you?
Out.
Hmm.
I gotta get my
Rico,
burner up. I get my burner up. But that's what I'm saying. It's like I and this is, I'm like, you gonna smack me over this shit? I can't wait. But my
man.
whole point was, and I'm, let me be honest with you, I'm not even mad at Aaron. That's his name, Aaron Ferris. I'm not mad at him. I'm just like, just stop being so fucking disrespectful. And I'm like, he don't have to be respectful to me, but like, I told my honest opinion, and I was like, this shit is. When I looked at it, like, this is like nigga tender. It's like you telling motherfuckers how to buy pussy. And I literally always tell everybody, like I told them, like, okay, you want instruction on how to buy pussy? Have money, buy pussy. The end. What else do you need?
Rico, you might need to start an app though. And it could be just pay for play kind of thing. You know what I mean? You get rich off of that.
But I don't. My whole point is like,
I got you.
I just literally told everybody, it's like, you know, with everything, it's like, I can't charge. You know, we come on, Baron. You know, me and you, we talked about the other night. Like, look, if I catch a motherfucker out, if I catch Baron out here selling consultations, it's on and popping, right?
Nah, you don't have to worry about me.
This nigga selling consultations. Like, no, that's not good.
Oh man, yeah. I think it was Ace Live who started with that. I think Ace Live started with like the paying to get into his WhatsApp group or something like that, and then kind of more from there. And I get it, brothers making money off of that. I get the thing, but it's just pointless. Like you don't need, like you said, you don't need a consultation to find out where they selling they goods at. You can find that anyway. You can arrive at the airport. Like if you go, for instance, if you fly to Puerto Plata Airport, I kid you not, this is a true story. I took a bus from down south to up north to fly out of Puerto Plata because sometimes it's cheaper to fly at a different airport. And while I'm there was a whole bunch of females just walking around looking for people that's flying in, trying to, you know what I mean? So you kind of don't even need to, you don't even have to look. They find you coming straight out the airport. So
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need no app for that.
Right.
Rico,
So why I gotta sit there and send you $300 for you to tell me come to the airport, they're gonna find you?
Rico, what's your beef? What's your beef with Zoom to Thailand?
He do the same. He do the same shit, right? Which, to be honest with you, now here's my thing, right? I will tell you this in all fairness. And I've been watching a couple of other because here's the funny thing about it is what I realized about Asia. You can watch, and I tell everybody, I'm like, look, whether you're watching Thailand content or whether you're watching Philippine content, I tell every brother, I'm watching all the Thailand content. I'm like, you watching Zoom to Thailand? Yeah. I'm like, go find a white boy channel. And I got several white boy channels. Tyrus Time, Thai Talk with Dan, just whatever. I say, so when whatever you watch with the black YouTubers, go watch the white YouTubers. Because you're going to get the other half. The black YouTubers are only going to give you one half. So when I watch Zoom, is it beautiful, the Thai, whatever. Then I go watch Thai Rich with Dan or this or whatever. And they talking about all the white boys that killing themselves fucking with them fucking Thai bitches. And I said, and that's where you land at. Because the brothers are going to tell you, they're perfect and they're beautiful. and the white boy's gonna tell you they ain't shit. In the middle is where you land, is what you're going to get. Because they're going to tell you. So in other words, you like you say, you sent that shit, like, again, Lucky, that bitch got talent. Kate, that bitch got talent. That bitch is talented. I'm like, okay, boo, right?
Hey, yo, shout out to the video. If you didn't get the link, Rico got the link for y'all. That's
Hey
wild
yo,
work.
fellas.
Oh
Hey
shit!
yo, fellas. Hey man, let me tell you, BLB, it's good to see you back in the space, family. Rico,
Appreciate you, boy.
you know you a bubble of wisdom, man. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna drop down, man. Go grab me something to grab on, family. You know what I'm
Yes,
All right,
saying?
sir.
brother. Thank you
But
for
I
coming up,
appreciate you,
sir.
man.
Thank you,
all
brother.
right now. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Y'all be good, brother. Yeah.
You too, brother. Yo, Rico,
Yes, sir.
we've been going too long. I
I know.
want to ask you. Now I'm gonna ask you this final question, Rico. Do you said yes, you see a problem. You didn't really give an answer how to answer it, right? But you said it yourself. You said they be saying Rico be, leaning for the females and all that stuff, which
Yeah.
is cool, an advocate. Do you see any fault in what they doing and what's going on in this place right now?
Yes, I do. So, and let me say, like, let me give flowers to the brothers. I do. I'm gonna tell you this, okay, and I'm gonna tell you this from a personal perspective, right? I have an African American daughter who I love dearly. Let me tell you something. I would take the life of any of you niggas for her. But in the same token, I see her the same way as a father that I can imagine how a lot of young black men would see her. But in the same token, I have seen the experiences that she's been through in the same way that I've seen a lot of young black women have experienced black men. But by no token do I excuse the bullshit of her shitty ass fucking decisions and choices. So I'm sitting there saying, like, from a distance, as a father that's been in her life, and we don't control everything they do. They do what the fuck they want to do. And that'll be a conversation that I'll have with her when I go and I'll see her again, and so on and so forth. But I'm talking about this. This is one person. Yes, I've seen black women up close and personally, and I will tell you, them bitches is fucked up.
Not all of them.
No. I'm saying as a collective. When I say they're fucked up, I'm saying that they're troubled in some of their choices and their decisions. I'm not saying they're fucked up as people. I'm saying in their choices and their decisions. But even in their mistakes of their choices and their decisions, that don't mean you motherfuckers on the outside get to judge them, because you don't.
Scott Ryder.
You don't get to judge them because they make poor choices. They make poor choices, they make poor decisions. And yes, they need to be held account. Just that, whatever. by whether it be their daddies, their brothers, or you as black men. But if you're going to hold them to account for their poor choices, you do something. I will say this to black men. If you're going to hold a black woman accountable for her poor choices, then you better do it from a fucking place of righteousness. You got to make sure that, look, if I'm going to say, look, ho, Baron, you need to be fucking checked. I need to make sure that I'm in a place of righteousness. I need to be right. I can't be all fucked up calling him out. That's the only thing I would say to you all, is that, like, if you're going to check her, whoever she may be, you better make sure your shit is right. And don't be doing it from like, oh, I'm right. No. Make sure your shit is right. Make sure your reason is right. Make sure you're righteous in when you decide to do it. Don't do it to like, oh, I'm just going to prove her wrong. I'm going to embarrass her. No. There's nothing righteous about that. There's nothing righteous about the decision. There's nothing righteous in how you do it. Make sure. I think most of you guys, you're pointing it out, and you might be right to point it out, but the reason why it's not well received is because if the person that's looking at who's doing the pointing is fucked up, they're not gonna receive it. It's just that's how I am. Same thing if I did it with you, Baron. Oh, you fucking, and you'd be like, Rico, how you gonna tell me to stop drinking? You got a drink in your hand. You're gonna look at me and you're gonna receive it that way. So if I sit there and go like, sir, bro, I mean, you just, I can't chastise you about nothing that I'm participating in. You're not going to want to receive it. That's all I'm saying is, but other than that, fire content.
Yeah, man. Rico, it's always a movie when you always a movie, bro. Shout out to Rico. Shout out to the YN Alphas, man. Oh man. Shout out. Hey, it's always a movie, man. Bruh, it's always a pleasure up here, man. We're gonna do more. I hope so. If you cool with it, we'll do more. Um, Probably come back maybe the Sunday or Monday, right? Drop another one. And then we just keep punching it in, man. Thank you for the wisdom. For everybody that tuned in tonight, I know it's Juneteenth, and I didn't even take that in consideration. That Juneteenth is a lot of people not even around.
Yeah.
So I just hope that people pick up, come back in, tap in. Make sure y'all hit the like. Make sure y'all subscribe, and we will keep on keeping on doing what we're doing. And thank you, Rico, for stopping in. Thank you for Born for stopping in. I appreciate it. And until the next time, fellas. Hey, we can't solve everything, but we try to solve as much as we can in as much time as we can. So I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I really do.
Salute to you, Baron. Always. I'm here to support you until the end, brother.
I appreciate you, my man. All right, fellas. And I'll see y'all the next time. Y'all have a good night.